Can only do it once, I think.
So in 19
All
or
right, we are live now.
All right, good evening and welcome to the Chaska City Council special emergency meeting being held at the Chaska Event Center at 3210 Chaska Boulevard, Monday, January 24th, 2022 at 7 o'clock. Nate, will you call order, please?
Councilmember Hatfield.
Here.
Councilmember Hubbard. Or she's absent for this meeting.
She's absent. She's absent.
Councilmember Wong. Here. Councilmember Grau.
Here.
Mayor Winchell.
Here. Next, would there be someone willing to adopt the agenda unless there are corrections or additions?
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Wong.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hatfield to adopt the agenda. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Motion carries. This says consent, but what we're going to do is what we're looking to do here is adopting resolution 2022-6, which is declaring a local emergency. Matt, did you want to talk about this or you?
Yeah, so just real quick, the city council, under certain circumstances under state statute, does have the ability to call an emergency. One of those would be like our current health emergency with COVID. As council is aware, the numbers have gone up pretty substantially, and we have at least one council member who's unable to attend, and we want to make sure that as we go into the future that we during this emergency period be able to give council members the ability to attend remotely during this time period. I did put in the staff report that there are other powers that come in an emergency situation. But the intent of this emergency would be to declare solely for the ability for council members to be able to Zoom in remotely if we have a meeting and they're unable to attend because of health reasons. So if there was anything beyond that, we would bring it back to council prior for the council to consider. This would be solely to make sure that we're able to have a full quorum for the meeting and not have people being out because of illness stop us from doing that.
Yeah, and this really was brought about how high the numbers of COVID are at this point, and we have tons of things on future agendas, and we certainly don't want to, if we'd have two people out or somebody on vacation, wouldn't allow us to have a meeting. So we want to make sure that we can have that ability, you know, if they did have COVID, that they're feeling fine. So with that, should I go ahead and read this then? So I have a resolution that I need to read to make this official. So resolution enacted under authority of Minnesota statutes 12.29 and 12.37 to declare a local emergency. Whereas the mayor and the city council of the city of Chaska have found the following situation that exists. Pandemic of COVID-19. Whereas the mayor has determined that the situation is a local emergency, and whereas the city council of the city of Chaska agrees with the mayor's finding and further finds that the situation will last more than 3 days, which would be the period of time defined by the state statute, the mayor could declare an emergency without the consent of council. Now therefore be it resolved by the city council of the city of Chaska, Minnesota as follows. The city council declares the situation constitutes a local emergency continuing until federal or state action declaring an end to the state of the emergency or subsequent determination of the Chaska City Council. This declaration of a local emergency will invoke the city's disaster plan. The portions that are necessary for response to and recovery from an emergency must be used. Other appropriate emergency actions directed or recommended by federal and state government or health organizations are deemed necessary by city emergency management authorities, including those otherwise inconsistent with established laws, policies, and procedures, are hereby authorized to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. So that's what we are doing here at this point. So at this time, then I would ask for if there is Any further discussion from any council members?
So one quick question is that, so the power of emergency also enables the city to exercise other powers, including, like contracts and performing, entering into contracts, incurring of obligations and all these other things. The plan is that we're not planning on using any of those other powers. It's almost exclusively for making sure we have the ability to have continuity of council meetings to keep business as usual going.
Do Zoom.
Right.
Otherwise, we would not be able to do that.
And that's mostly, just to clarify for everyone, that's the only reason we're really doing this.
Correct. And if there was other things that popped up that fall into those other emergency actions, we'd bring that back to council for consideration like normal.
Yep. So everything's business as usual. We're not taking advantage of any of those.
It's only the ability to Zoom people in if someone happens to have COVID, but just can't be here, but still could be part of it. That way we get full council response.
Yep. Continuity of government.
Pardon?
Continuity of government.
Yep. Anyone else? If not, I'd entertain a motion to adopt resolution 2022-6.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Hatfield, second by Councilmember Wong. Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Motion carries. I would need a motion to adjourn this emergency meeting to go into the regular council meeting.
So moved.
Adjourn.
Sorry, second.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Graw, second by Councilmember Hatfield to adjourn. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. All right, we are adjourned. And now we will move into the regular council meeting. And we're going to wait we have one council member at home tonight already. So we'll wait for them to join us. There she is. All right, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order at 7:07. We all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. I have to read something here. Welcome, everyone. You might notice this meeting looks a little different due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We are holding our meeting at the Chaska Event Center because the City Council has declared a local emergency for COVID-19 pandemic. State statute allows us to hold our meetings with Zoom capabilities. If you have joined the meeting via Zoom, you will notice that you are muted. We have a moderator on the call who will unmute those who wish to speak during public comment portions of the meeting. Public comments will be reserved for visitor presentation, public hearings, or special circumstances determined by the council. Once we reach those parts of the agenda, I will ask if there are any public comments. If you wish to speak and have joined the meeting by computer or tablet, please click on participants on the bottom of your screen and then select raise your hand icon. If you wish to speak and have joined the meeting by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. Once your hand is raised, the moderator will announce your name or phone number and unmute your line. Please remember that public comment is provided at the discretion of the council and is meant to provide productive discourse on topics related to the city of Chaska. Speakers shall refrain from comment or behavior that is deemed disorderly, derogatory, obscene, indecent, or off topic. Any person engaging in such speech or action may be muted or removed from the meeting. Thank you. All right, get the legal stuff done. All right, Pledge of Allegiance. All right, Nate, will you call roll?
Councilmember Hatfield.
Here.
Councilmember Hubbard.
Here.
Councilmember Wong. Councilmember Graw.
Here.
Mayor Winchell.
Here. All right, move to adopt the agenda. Corrections or additions to the agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Hatfield.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wong to adopt the agenda. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Post same sign. Passes.
Aye.
We need to do this by roll call with one of the council members being on Zoom tonight.
Oh, okay. So are you calling that?
That's Councilmember Hatfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard.
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Graw.
Aye.
Mayor Winchell.
All right. So all of ours have to be done that way because of the, okay,
Every vote needs to be done by roll call.
because we have one at Zoom.
Yes.
Okay. All right, next we are on visitor presentation. I have on here, I have one Chaska River City Days update by Executive Director Billie-Jean Undesser. Billy, come on up. Just for our record, state your name and address, and you may proceed.
My name is Billie-Jean Undesser. My address is 225 Cardinal Lane in Chaska. I am standing here in front of you guys tonight to talk about the Chaska River City Days event that has been held in our city for 46 years. Chaska River City Days is a nonprofit. We hold an event in the city square in order to bring our community and our nonprofit organizations throughout the county together. We, for the last couple of years, have been running into some issues with getting members to volunteer and be a part of it, getting sponsorships. And a lot of the reason we've been hearing this is because the Chaska Fire and Ice event is held the weekend before our River City Days. So I would like to try to find a way to work with the city and see if there's a way that we can schedule together and talk about how we can make it so that we're not affecting both events and supporting both events at the same time. Yeah.
I think what you have here is a good first step because I don't think this has ever had that conversation. And I think that it's important that the two groups do talk and do figure something out. I'm not sure from us who right now that's kind of probably in limbo. Who would be a person, or would we talk to Jen from the downtown business?
Fire and Ice is actually a city celebration. Yep. And so, we could bring that everybody together and have a discussion about it. I will tell you that the discussion, it'd be difficult to change for this year. And the reason it is because we book out the bands and things like that a year in advance. And so we already have those booked, but it could be a discussion for the following year. Traditionally, the reason that we've chosen the weekend that we do is because it's in between our two summer seasons for the curling season. And so we take out the ice in the middle of the summer, and it happens to be right when that ice comes back in. So that's the reason that it's been chosen to be then. That's not to say that it has to be then. So we could certainly get a meeting set up together and be our Park and Rec Director, Marshall Grange, myself, and then we get in contact with you.
Yeah, wonderful. Like I said, I just really want to work together with you guys and make it so that both events are very successful. And I know that last year having in the Fire and Ice in October, a lot of people really liked being able to come later. It's really hard for a lot of our Chaska members to have two open weekends in the summer at the same time. So awesome. Thank you.
Now,
Yes.
somebody at City Hall have your contact? Okay, all right. I was gonna say, we gotta make sure we have that or it won't happen. Thanks, Billy. All right, is there anyone else under visitor presentation? Not on an agenda item. Kevin, anybody waiting?
Nope, nobody on Zoom.
Okay. All right, we'll go past visitor presentation and we're gonna go back to agenda, approving previous meeting minutes from December 20th, 2021 council meeting. Again, there are no corrections or additions, and entertain a motion to approve.
I only had, I noticed that one of the resident's last name was spelled incorrectly, just based on an email that he had also sent. So I don't know if that's something that can be maybe fixed just later. It's in regards to the Costco action item. It's Robert Brought. His name is just misspelled. His last name is.
Can that be taken care of through you, Nate, or should we email Denise?
If you want, you could email me, Denise, Vicky. Oh, you can't hear me. Yeah, you could email the correct spelling of the name to me and Denise. We'll make sure that it gets changed.
So you'll do that, Taylor?
Yeah, I will.
All right. All right, I started getting a motion over here, Councilmember Grau, right?
Yes, so moved.
Second on approving the December 20th meeting minutes.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hubbard.
Hubbard, yep.
All right, further discussion. Hearing none. Nate, will you call roll?
Yes. Councilmember Hatfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard,
Yes.
Councilmember Wong, Councilmember Grau,
Aye.
Mayor Winchell.
Yes. All right, moves as a consent item. Again, these are all items that need our approval, but not necessarily conversation, but any and all can be pulled and discussed if necessary. Again, if there are no corrections or additions, I would entertain a motion to approve.
I did have a question on the gifts and donations. The one for learning links for the loop. Is that one time? Are we going to see more of that one?
So, excuse me, so they have a schedule that we adopted at the beginning by which they make donations each year. So that was that particular donation.
Okay, I remember that now. Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Anyone else? So can I get do I have a motion? Motion by Councilmember Hatfield.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Grau. And I just, I'm going to be supporting all but item E, which would affect me, so I have to recuse myself on item E. The rest of the consent I will be in favor of. So any other discussion? Right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I'll do the roll.
That's right.
Sorry.
Yep.
Confirm that. Yes. Councilmember Hatfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard,
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Grau,
Yes.
Mayor Winchell.
Yes. All right, we have a lot of items here tonight, so I hope people will be patient. We have a lot of things to go through tonight. So with that, we're going to start off with item 8A, adopt resolution 2022-2 approving drainage and utility easements for Oak Ridge. And this is a public hearing.
Here, Councilmember, the item in front of you tonight is really preparing for the final development on the old Oak Ridge site, the Oak Knoll plat. There's a number of easements, drainage easements and utility easements that exist across the plan now that would be in conflict with the new site plan that's coming up. So before we actually go through and actually do a new plat for the development, we need to take care of these existing utility and drainage easements. And the only way you can do that is to hold a public hearing to see if there's any comments from the public on it. But this is something that was recommended or is being recommended by staff, and again, needs to be a public hearing.
That's it, huh?
Yep.
Okay. All right, questions from council? All right, hearing none. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing up at 7:20. Is there anyone here tonight that would like to speak regarding the drainage and utility easements for Oak Ridge? Not seeing anyone. Kevin, anybody online?
No one online.
Okay. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:21. Is there someone willing to make a motion adopting resolution 2022-2?
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Wong,
Second.
second by Councilmember Hatfield. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none. Nate, will you call roll?
Councilmember Hatfield. Yes. Councilmember Hubbard.
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Grau.
Yes.
Mayor Winchell.
Yes. All right, moves us to 8B, fire truck purchase.
Mayor and Councilmember, the item in front of you tonight is one I'm glad we only have to deal with once every 20 years. We have and we have our old city administrator that knows exactly why. As you know, as we talked during the budget process, one of the things in the equipment acquisition that we have due every 20 years is replacement of our ladder truck. And I'm absolutely flabbergasted to think that it's been 20 years since we had bought the current truck that we have, but it has been 20 years. It was 2002 when we purchased that, the current ladder truck, and it has outlived its, or it will be coming up on needing to be replaced and meeting its plan for life. So as part of the budgeting process, we have planned for the purchase of a new fire truck. One thing to note is that these aren't just something that just come directly off the shelf. They're ones that take some not only planning for exactly what specs will go into them, but also there's about a 19th to 21st month lead time to actually build these. So even though we would take action on it now, we wouldn't likely see this coming into service for almost 2 years before it would actually come into service. One of the reasons that we're really trying to move to purchase this now is a couple of reasons. First of all, if we order before the end of January, there is a 7% increase that they're seeing in pricing after that. Also, we're recommending that we actually prepay this amount that goes out, because we can save about $53,000 by prepaying this now. Couple of things on for the item. First of all, we are going to have the council consider a bonding reimbursement resolution. So a lot of times we'll actually sell what are called equipment certificates to actually go out, purchase the actual vehicle, and then be able to reimburse that then with the dollars that we have supporting that over the time of that debt. We want to keep that option open, although we're actually looking more at the COVID dollars that came in last year that were actually allowed to be able to utilize those dollars to purchase this truck. Now, what we would do is we would then, that would free up dollars in the general fund that we had going towards this that could go to some of the uses that we were planning on using to reimburse us for some of the losses that we saw during the COVID period. So we're looking at a couple different options there, but basically by approving this tonight, it would be meeting that deadline of February 1st to get the lower pricing and then put the wheels in motion to get this to start to be built. Because again, by the time we actually get this truck into service, the existing truck is actually going to be about 21 to 22 years old by that point. Just as far as process, we did have a committee from the fire department who helped to really put together what they felt were the most important components of making sure we have a piece of equipment that's going to be functional for us, something that's easier to maintain, something that's going to meet our needs over the next 20 years based on the type of growth we expect to see. So the recommendation that is coming for this truck is one that came from that committee and is one that has also been reviewed by our mechanics department, who also feels that this would be a good way to go, especially from a maintenance perspective, something that's actually is significantly easier for us to maintain than what we have for an existing truck right now. I believe I can't tell exactly who's online, but I believe that Kevin Gravelin, is it Kevin and Tim? I can't.
Well,
Kevin's on there, is on there. And
interim chief.
Interim chief, he can certainly answer any questions that people may have, or Kevin, you may have something you want to share with the council too.
Sure, I guess we'll open it up to questions right now if you have any. I know this is a huge purchase. I think most of us are stunned when we look at the price of it, but it is a critical piece of equipment. Just some of the safety improvements over the last 20 years. Just think about cell phones. 20 years ago, the #1 selling phone was a Nokia or a Motorola. I don't believe Motorola even makes phones anymore. So just think of that technology change. That's really what we're talking about with this truck is the technology. While the truck looks like it's brand new, it's all the technology and safety advancements that we'll see coming in this new one that will make our firefighters safer. Some of those are including airbags. Airbags were required in passenger cars in 1998. So this commercial vehicles, I don't believe are required right now, but this one does have airbags, does have rollover protection. Hopefully we'll never have to use that. But also because it's a mid mount, so the ladder is not, it is mounted in the middle of the truck, it provides for a lower profile. And what does that mean? It's got a lower center of gravity, so it's easier for our folks to drive. Doesn't feel like it's tippy like our current truck. It does have a camera in the bucket so that we could use an elevated camera to see any type of incident, or even looking at a roof and not having to put a firefighter on the roof. It's got a remote nozzle, very important should we have a chlorine cloud that we would have to disperse from one of our industrial plants or cooling propane tanks. The set time for this truck is 26 minutes to start to fly it. The beauty of this is it's a rear mount, so our firefighters can get into the back of the bucket. As soon as we put the outriggers down, they're ready to fly. Our current truck is several minutes to get it up into the air. So that's kind of those new technologies that you see over a 20-year period. It's also got a reduced length, reduced weight by about 8,000 pounds. Of course, the emergency lighting is now LED, making it safer for our folks out on the street. Seats are washable now. Why is that important? Because when we wear our turnout gear, our gear, once we've been into a fire, carries carcinogens. It gets onto those seats. And now when our firefighter sits on those seats, they're carrying those carcinogens home or getting them into their skin. Door locks. Why would Kevin be talking about door locks on a fire truck? Well, just think about the events that we've saw in the past 10 to 15 years in the United States with civil unrest. And there's no place for a firefighter, or in older trucks such as the one we have, there's no ability to lock the doors. So you can't be safe inside your fire apparatus. I know Mark was a very close friend to the fire chief in Minneapolis, and I believe most of their equipment during the riots were damaged, and many firefighters were injured. And so this is one of those safety aspects, is to make sure that firefighters can get into the cab and lock it and hopefully stay safe. So, I mean, I've covered a lot of the new improvements. This truck is 100% made in America. Why is that important? Just look at the supply chain issue right now. Our old truck, the tower was made in Finland. The chassis was made in Ocala, Florida. They were all married in Salisbury. And when we have a issue, it wasn't uncommon for our mechanic to have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning so that he could get a hold of somebody in Finland to order a part for our truck. So we hope by having this built in-house, everything 100% in-house with the exception of the engine and transmission, that we won't experience those issues. Our current engine is also this same manufacturer. We've had that since 2018 and have very reliable maintenance as well as service. So we really think that this is going to suit our needs for the next 20 years. And again, I'd entertain any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Chief. Anyone got any questions for the Chief?
I just have a general question. I don't know if it's chief. So the old one, what happens? Is there like you sell it off, it's got parts. I'm just curious what happens to the old one at this point.
So as soon as we don't need it, we'd actually take it out and sell it. And there are some smaller departments, who may be interested in purchasing it. There's not a lot of value in the old trucks. There is, I believe the last time we checked, I think there was 3 or 4 of this exact model that are actually on the market right now. So we can sort of get a sense of how much they're going for. It's less than $100,000 so that they're going for. So it's significantly less than what we purchased it for to begin with. But that would be the intent, is to try to sell it.
This will be the 3rd ladder we've owned. First one was $70,000. Our last one was $700,000. And I don't know where this ends, to be honest with you. So the 7% increase adds another $113,000 onto the equipment.
Financial question. So there's a pretty long gap time between the time we make the payment, because we're paying up front, until delivery. So 20 to 24 months, something like that. So like almost 2 years. In the unlikely event that McQueen basically went under during that time, we would be then a debtor to them, right?
So what you do is you end up getting a performance bond as part of that to basically guarantee your delivery. And if you don't get it, it's basically an insurance policy.
Gotcha. So we're not on the hook for it. So
yeah, I mean, we do prepay, but if for some reason they didn't exist, that's why we get the performance bond.
I'm certain this prepay is completely legal, because a lot of times you can't prepay for services you don't have. But
we did this with the last truck as well.
I was gonna say, I know that it's been done on others, but I just wanted to ask the question if someone else.
Also, one thing I didn't point out is we're actually part of a cooperative purchasing group. It's the HGAC, Houston Galveston Area Council. So we are going through that process, which basically takes care of the bidding requirements for us for this equipment. So it's what a lot of fire departments go through for actually purchasing this type of equipment.
It cuts down the amount of time that you spend creating a truck when they have models that you can pick from. It's, I want this, this, and that, and you can alter that by like 25% or something. So it's a great service that's available, and it eliminates the bidding process, and you know what you're getting, because you can kind of pick different manufacturers that way. So yep.
The other thing to just point, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I had a quick question in regards to, so obviously, like you had touched on major updates with the technology piece of it. I'm sure, firmware updates and things like that can happen, but obviously vehicles have been ever increased on technology to be able to run. With that being said, if something were to happen in regards to a piece of technology on the truck not working right or failing, are mechanics going to have to be trained specifically in regards to new things with the technology piece on this truck, or is there going to have to be a specialist that would have to come out in order to repair? Just curious.
Yeah, it's sort of twofold. I mean, first of all, yes, our mechanics get trained on the equipment that they maintain. The other part of it, though, and I think it's something that Chief Gravelin talked about, was the fact that it's made here. And so it makes it a lot easier for us to be able to get parts, to get these things dealt with in a way that is a lot more efficient than having to go a long distance way to do that. This is one, I forget, Chief Gravelin, this is one that there's actually several of these trucks that are actually being manufactured now, which is, to me, also sort of a reassuring piece.
Correct. There was 150 produced last year, I believe. If we compare that to the Bronto that we currently have, I don't know that there's 150 in the state right now, or in the United States right now. So it says a lot about the manufacturer and this piece of equipment specifically. It's only been on the market for 3 years, but it's in hot demand. And as far as the maintenance side of it, we've been very concerned with that as well. They do have a mobile truck, and they also have a storefront in Apple Valley, and we've utilized them on many occasions with our current engine. So we really feel that that really solidified the deal for us. Most of the truck manufacturers don't have that capability, and now you have to have a third party that does that maintenance or warranty work.
I don't have any questions, but I do just want to comment on, I'm really happy to see, you know, it's easy to get excited about new bells and whistles, but things like washable sheets. I've been learning a lot about what firefighters carry home after a fire, and that the safety isn't always just in the fire, but cancer risks and things after with the carcinogens. So I'm happy to see that those things were thought of, and that this truck also helps get to a safer point for our firefighters and our first responders. That's really important. So thank you.
We've also designed it. One of the things I should talk about is because of the impact of not being able to get equipment, is we've experienced where our apparatus has been down for several weeks, and it's sort of put us in a bind. So what we've really tasked our truck committee with was setting this truck up similar to our engine, so that should it have to run out first, it can. Certainly it's a little bit bigger of a truck, but we want to make sure that it's uniform and able to do that should we continue to experience this supply shortage.
Chief, was it last year that truck was down like a month or two? Or was it?
Yeah, we actually had a fire, and fortunately nobody was in the bucket, but the bucket folded forward. What we learned is, you know, we sent it out to have some maintenance done on it to figure out what was wrong with it, and then we were going to have the ladder tested to make sure everybody's confidence was back again for it. What I can tell you is when we tried to find somebody that could look at the truck, the most trained person in the state was our city mechanic. So again, we didn't want to get in that rut again. We wanted to make sure that we had a reputable company that builds a lot of these trucks. And that kind of goes back to a little bit about what Taylor had said too, is that they're willing to send our mechanics out for a week to just train them on this specific piece of apparatus. However, our engine is produced by the same company, so I'm sure they'll pick up some lessons from that vehicle as well.
All right, anyone else? Questions? Like we talked about, it's a big expenditure, but you know, we're only doing it every, I think, hopefully 20 plus years. But the one that we have is indefinite need of replacement. The repairs are going up and up every year on it. So, all right, thoughts? Anyone want to make a motion? Another?
I'll make the motion.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Wong. It just basically motion to authorize mayor and city administrator to execute documents to place an order on purchase of a McQueen Equipment LLC.
No, one addition I would suggest for this recommendation that we just got today was to put in the motion that if these COVID dollars that we received are allowed to be used for this purchase, that council authorizes us to do that.
Agreed.
Yep. So is that part of your motion?
Yep. So that will be part of my motion. So I'll start over. So motion to authorize mayor and city administrator to execute documents to place an order and purchase from McQueen Equipment LLC prior to January 31st, 2022, a ladder platform fire truck, and if the as stipulated by city administrator, if the COVID dollars are able to be used, they shall be.
Or you'll authorize staff to proceed with it.
To do them, yeah.
All right, I got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hatfield. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none. Nate?
Councilmember Hatfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard,
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Grau,
Yes.
Mayor Winchell.
Yes. All right, thanks, Chief, for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right, we move to 8C, adopt resolution 2022-7 on sale reimbursement.
So Mayor and Councilmember, this is the item that I was talking about on the last one. If we do determine that the best route to move forward is to sell equipment for certificates for this, we'd obviously pay for it now. We wouldn't be getting the equipment certificates till later. So before we can actually expend dollars that we intend to get reimbursed through bond proceeds, we have to actually pass a resolution authorizing us to actually reimburse ourselves with those bond proceeds. So this is sort of a belt and suspender move to make sure that we keep that option open, but we are recommending that you move forward with authorizing the bonding reimbursement.
All right, questions for Matt? I think we've kind of touched on that pretty much. Want to make a motion one way or another?
Motion to adopt resolution 2022-7 bond sale reimbursement.
All right, I have a motion by Hatfield,
Second.
second by Councilmember Grau, adopting resolution 2022-7 on sale reimbursement. Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Nate, we call roll.
Councilmember Hatfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard,
Yes.
Councilmember Wong, Councilmember Grau,
Aye.
Mayor Winchell.
Yes. All right, moves to 8D, adopt resolution 2022-8, ordinance 1008, approving preliminary plat, preliminary site building plan rezoning for West Creek Apartments, community asset.
Mayor and council members, this is an item that is coming back from the Planning Commission. This is a preliminary site and building plan for consideration for West Creek Apartments, which is also known as the Hickory Street Apartments. As a council, remember, we did see the concept plan for this at our January 2nd? I think it was 2nd? 3rd, January 3rd meeting. And subsequent to that, it did go through our Planning Commission to be considered for a preliminary site and building plan. Liz is here to make a presentation on this item. You will see that it's being recommended from the Planning Commission to approve the preliminary site and building plans based on the proposed conditions. Liz.
Kevin, can you grant me access to share my screen? And thank you.
Really have to speak up.
Oh, I need to turn on my mic. That's another thing. Can you hear me?
I hear the windstorm.
Now? Yeah. Great. Thank you, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna share my screen really quick here. As Matt mentioned, we have a preliminary site and building plan, preliminary plat, and rezoning request this evening for the West Creek Apartments. This is being proposed by Community Asset Development Group. So the property is highlighted on this aerial exhibit. Just want to show the existing property limits, which are highlighted in blue. There is a city-owned property that's adjacent to the parcel on the west side and highlighted in orange. Just in terms of the previous approvals that have occurred, the more recent one, as Matt mentioned, was in January of this year. January 3rd is when the concept plan was formally approved. So they're coming back in their subsequent steps for the project. So some changes that have occurred since their concept plan approval is a couple things. One, addressing the screening around the patio detail on the northeast portion of the building. They've been able to provide a drawing that addresses that. Parking was also a concern, so they've added a proof of parking exhibit that would allow for 4 additional parking stalls to be added to the parking lot. And then they've also have updated their usable open space provision, which meets the city's requirements. So they're asking for preliminary site and building plan approval and preliminary plat for a 19-unit apartment building that supports young adults coming out of homelessness. And then the second part of that request is a rezoning to a planned residential district number. So getting back to what the housing is meant for, again, it will be for young adults ranging from 18 to 29 years old. This will be a program supported by Launch Ministries, which is a local program here in town. They have to meet certain criteria, which is listed on this slide, but I'm not going to go into all those details. As it relates to the existing conditions of the property, so it's an 1.5 acre total lot today. The city-owned parcel adjacent to it on the west side is about 1 acre in size, although they may only need a little bit of that in order to achieve their site plan. There is a single-family home and a detached garage that currently exists on the property today, which will be removed as part of this project. And some significant utilities, such as stormwater lines, dissect the property both on the north and through kind of the midsection of the property as it exists today. And then another significant detail is the fact that they abut the flood channel on the easterly side of the property and having to get Army Corps of Engineer approvals on the work being done. So the site plan isn't much different than what we've seen before with the concept. Again, this is a 19-unit apartment. It's 2 stories tall. Each unit within this building will be single occupancy units, so only one person will be living in each of the dwelling units proposed. The vehicular access is on Hickory Street North, which will line up with the bus barn site directly north of them. The parking lot is situated kind of behind the building, so the building will be at the forefront of Hickory Street, and then the parking lot behind it, which will provide access to a total of 26 stalls. They will only be constructing 22 stalls as a part of this project, but have 4 additional stalls for proof of parking if absolutely necessary. And the reason for the parking count out here is due to the use of the building. The residents within here don't all have vehicles. In fact, they'll even have leasing provision. They limit 1 vehicle per occupant of the building. We have a couple other existing facilities much like this in Edina and Egan, which also have a very similar ratio of parking for this type of building. In fact, I think even a lesser ratio in terms of what they're providing out here. So based on some existing analysis of what's out there today, plus the type of users within this building and not producing a vehicle per unit, they are stating that 22 stalls are more than adequate to serve this building. The usable open space areas will be mainly designated on the patio on the northeast side, as well as some provisions along the ponding area for the residents to use. Here's the landscape plan, if we need to refer back to it, just to show how they'll be putting in a number of trees and shrubs around the building to kind of enhance the overall site. This is the screening exhibit to show some of the vegetation and plantings that will occur around the patio on the northeast portion, as well as some trees to provide some vegetative interest. And then a couple renderings of the building. The building itself will be mainly composed of glass, face brick, that is reminiscent of Chaska, board and batten siding, shake siding. So the overall look was really meant to look more residential to kind of fit in with the context that they're locating in. And then the floor plans, which haven't changed since concept. So with that, we are asking you to make a couple motions tonight, one being adopting the resolution number 2022-8, which is approving the preliminary site and building plan preliminary plat for West Creek Apartments, and then based on the conditions that are listed within that document. And then a second motion to adopt, ordinance number 1008, approving the rezoning from R2 to the new PRD 80 zoning district. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, the applicant is in the audience as well.
Questions? I got a question on the proof of parking. That's basically all shifted on the city property. How's that working?
They will be acquiring the city property that they'll need for their site plan. So there will be a portion that will be either sold to them or put into their ownership.
Don't we have to have that figured out before we're in preliminary?
We'd have to have the purchase agreement as part of the final.
Right.
Just for the final?
Yeah.
So they would need that, and then so the building's right on the easement or right on the line?
Close to the property line, yes.
What's that?
Close to the property line, yes. We'll need a sliver of our city-owned property to make the parking work, the landscaping.
So then I just lost it. So all that they will have to do then is just a little bit by the building and then that parking?
Correct.
Okay. All right, anybody else got anything?
No questions, just a comment. I did actually, since the last meeting, I went to visit the sites in Egan and Edina, and I went and took a look at both of those other facilities that were developed. And, just my observations were that the parking lots were pretty empty. I think there was only 6 cars in one lot in the one in Edina, and then Egan, I think there's 3 cars in the lot, pretty empty. But the building itself seemed to be in good condition, well kept, and architecturally was very similar and consistent to the buildings that were nearby. So the one in Egan was surrounded by residential, so it was consistent with the other residential apartments. And then the one in Edina was actually a little different because it was surrounded by industrial. So it was kind of this residential surrounded by kind of industrial and medical buildings. This one's a little bit different because it's also kind of set back away from most of the residential homes. But otherwise, I think the key observation was that there was well kept, and there didn't appear to be very much of any parking usage outside. So the proof parking would probably be fine for this. Given that observation, but that was also on a weekend too.
Which could be more cars there in general if they were not working, right, on the weekend. I was just going to comment that I know that I appreciate the developer and trying to address that patio area. I just had the concerns last time of the patio area facing the street and the lack of privacy for people using the patio, as well as just the people driving by and the look and everything like that. So, I continue to, and I knew they would, right? Most developers, stuff like that's pretty easy, just get height and trees and everything like that. But I do want to, acknowledge that appears to be addressed, because you wanted a nice space, but if you're using the space too and there's cars buzzing by, some of that sound is good to kind of block as well. And it's private for both ways. If you're walking down the street to go downtown, you want that privacy as well too. So.
Else? Pleasure. Anyone?
We said everything we said at the concept. It was a long concept conversation, so which was good to have. But a lot was said.
So I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-8 and Ordinance 1008, approving the preliminary plat, preliminary site and building plan rezoning for West Creek Apartments, Community Asset Development Group.
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Hatfield, second by Councilmember McGraw, adopting resolution.
Go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Wong made the second.
Mayor, I just want to clarify, there needs to be two separate
Two.
motions,
I was
one for
wondering-
the resolution and then
Yep.
one.
Okay, I was wondering the same.
So mine for the resolution then. Resolution 2022-8.
All right, so I have a motion by Councilmember Hatfield, second by Councilmember Wong, adopting resolution 2022-8, which that would be the approving the preliminary plot, preliminary site and building plan. Discussion. Hearing none. Nate.
Councilmember Hatfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard,
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Grau,
Yes.
Mayor Winchell.
Yes. Now regarding ordinance 1008, which is a rezoning of West Creek Apartments. I would need entertain a motion.
So moved by Hubbard.
Motion by Councilmember Hubbard,
Second.
second by Councilmember Grau, again adopting ordinance 1008, and that's a rezoning of West Creek Apartments. Discussion. Hearing none. Nate.
Councilmember Hatfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard,
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Grau,
Aye.
Mayor Winchell.
Aye. All right, 8E, adopt resolution 2022-9 approving preliminary site and building plans and preliminary plot for River Valley Industrial Center.
All right, Mayor and Councilmember, the item in front of you tonight is sort of an unusual one. It's a development that we have that sort of shares both Chanhassen and Chaska borders, sort of on the old Gedney site, just adjacent to the old Gedney site, just north of it. The action tonight is for the preliminary site and building plan, and you'll notice, and Liz will talk about it, that there are certain things that the city of Chaska reviews in a process like this where it crosses the city's lines, and there are certain things that the city of Chanhassen reviews as part of this, as well as addressing any of the utilities on site. So it is coming with a recommendation from the Planning Commission, and I'll turn it over to Liz to present the item.
Matt. Thank you, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. We have a preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat in front of us this evening for River Valley Industrial Center project. So to give you an understanding of how this site breaks up, I've highlighted the entire site in red. However, it is split between two jurisdictions, mainly within the city of Chanhassen, which takes up a majority of the site. So everything below or south of this blue line on this exhibit here is within the city of Chanhassen. Then everything above that blue line is within the city of Chaska. So both jurisdictions have the right or authority to review this project before us. Some other context notes, the site is bound on the west by Audubon Road, also known as County Road 15. Chaska Boulevard is on the northern side, also known as County Road 61. You have Stoughton Avenue on the south side. Riverview Terrace Mobile Home Park is on the south side as well as the Crystal Edition. So specifically, the request this evening is for preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat approval for an approximately 80,000 square foot office warehouse building. However, the only parts that we'll really take into account under Chaska's review is the access into the site, right-of-way design, and then some of the screening and lighting, which is in collaboration with Chanhassen. But because both the streets are within local authority here within Chaska, that's why we have the authority rights or review over the access and right-of-way. So this is the former site where the Gedney Pickle Factory used to sit. There are existing tanks and elevated walkways, small abandoned buildings that kind of make up the site today. All of those will be removed as a part of this project. They are proposing a couple different accesses onto our local road systems on Audubon Road. They are proposing a full access in line with Crystal Lane, as well as a right-out access off onto the county road there. And then in addition to that, an access out onto Stoughton Avenue, which is basically maintaining kind of what's out there today, just slightly modified. So in terms of the site plan, again, a majority of the site plan really falls within the jurisdiction of Chanhassen, but again, we have authority on those access points. And then there is a small sliver of the site plan incorporating parking that really falls onto the city of Chaska's. In perspective of the site plan, so the front of the building will be oriented towards Audubon Road. There, a loading dock is situated on the rear portion of the building, so facing the existing building that sits out there today, and some of it facing Stoughton Avenue. So with some of the components of this building and what we can really touch on are with screening, with the loading dock kind of being oriented towards Stoughton Avenue, being able to screen a majority of that area with berming and landscaping will be important. We are proposing berming and landscaping. Shared with Chanhassen's comments, there are areas to fill in on this edge abutting Stoughton Avenue, as well as bringing that berm all the way through to the access point. They are proposing sidewalks to be extended along Audubon Road and Stoughton Avenue up to that access point, which is in line with the city's requirements for right-of-way design. And then as it relates to lighting, it does fall within our ordinance requirements for both pole lighting and wall packs, and what foot candles are being distributed through the site. As it relates to the pre-plat, the overall site will be split into 3 separate lots. One lot totaling about 13 acres in size, which would encompass the existing building out there today, and that falls within the city of Chanhassen. And then one roughly just under 8-acre site for the proposed building within the city of Chanhassen. And then an additional lot about 1.13 acres in size would encompass the parking lot piece in Chaska. And then there's one outlot being proposed that falls within the city of Chaska's limits, and that's really just a remnant area of the site plan. Just for reference, including the building elevations here, but we really don't have any commentary or authority to comment on. With that, we are asking to make a motion this evening to adopt resolution number 2022-9, which is approving the preliminary site and building plan and preliminary plat for River Valley Industrial Center, and then based on the conditions that are listed within that document. Happy to answer any questions. I know we have the applicants here as well, if you have questions for them. Thank you.
I just have one comment, one question, one comment. I'm glad to see sidewalks there. A number of times that there are people in dark clothing and that road is too many. So I'm glad to see sidewalks there. My question is, the county feels good about that right out. I realize it's just a right out, but that can already be
Still under review. They
okay. Just feels close to the intersection.
There are some pieces in relation to the intersection.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that would be
That's
my.
our street. That's not a county street.
It is a county street.
Oh, that goes all the way down to Stoughton? Oh.
That's my only concern is just how close that is. That right out to the light intersection. Thank you. Perfect. That's all.
Process question, and I may not thinking correctly here. It's preliminary because the concept plan would have gone through Chanhassen, and then it gets preliminary here, or we haven't had a concept of this before prior, just trying to figure out process.
We did not. And since the majority of the review is happening through Chanhassen, we're kind of going in line with them. So our preliminaries were kind of together.
Most of the concept would have been all in Chanhassen's jury. Okay. Just a clarification. 'Cause I don't think, since I've been on the council, we've had kind of this weird, the lines get really fuzzy down there in general. So
I've not been part of, so basically all we're really approving is the road accesses. We have no say in the building.
We don't really have a say in the
Who's doing the utilities?
That's what I was just gonna ask. Is it a-
on-site utilities, so well and septic.
Oh, it's septic?
And power
Are
is,
we allowed that?
it's old.
That's weird. In city boundaries?
Not our city, though.
Could you, so, let me ask a question, like, because this is like one of those really odd parcels that has some history to it. So as I recall, at one point, this happened to be in Chaska, but then the city boundaries were changed at the protest of Gedney for some reason.
Long time.
Long ago, right? So which is why we ended up with this weird remnant that's kind of like a sort of a flag lot sort of parcel that's sitting in a different city, even though it's surrounded by us.
I mean, do we even have access or the ability on the signage? Wouldn't that be in the county right away?
Depends on where they put the sign.
Yeah.
They put the sign on the jurisdiction, but it's not going to go in right away. They can't do that.
Right. But I mean, there's not much land there. Right of ways.
There's a sliver on the north side of the site that is in Chaska that will be part of their parking lot, which is where a sign could conceivably go. That would be within the city's boundary, not in county right of way. And that's why we're talking about that point.
So I know this has come up before for other things as far as like emergency services. Obviously, our emergency services are a lot closer than Chanhassen's emergency services. So did our emergency services get a review? They did? Okay.
And one of the things to point out on this is this building is required to be sprinkled. And so the water capacity or,
Gotta have storage.
they have to have storage, you have to be able to have the pressure that's needed. So all that stuff has to be met as part of the issuing of a building permit.
We review that because we're the first in?
Comments towards it, but it's going to go through Chanhassen's building permit process. Effectively, their well system is able to support a sprinkling system, is the conclusion.
Pretty big building.
It's a hell of a well.
But that doesn't make a lot of sense though. It's like Chanhassen approves the fire suppression system in the building, but they don't have the responsibility to serve the building if there's actually a fire. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, they do,
But
they do.
Yes.
But what they do is oftentimes they'd call out mutual aid.
same as Gedney now. We get called there first. Or the Gedney site. Now I can't call it Gedney anymore. Who's providing electricity?
Electricity,
At REA or it's not us then?
no,
Minnesota Valley.
I think it's Minnesota Valley is there. It's not us.
And this, I think you said this, I just want to be confirmed. The existing building is staying at least as far as we know for now. Okay.
It's actually being used.
Okay.
So technically the only things, like we're talking about are really the driveways. And if we really want to say, hey, they have to put in some 12-foot berm in the front of the building or something goofy like that. But other than that, there's really nothing else that we have any say over inside that property line.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that complicates this is the fact that it's in two cities. I mean, I do think, and we have a good working relationship with Chanhassen Planning Department. So I think if we had any major comments as far as the look of the building, landscaping, things like that, I think they'd definitely be listening to what we have to say.
I was gonna say that the building's gonna be associated to Chaska, no matter what they think of it.
Yep. But I mean, the utilities are different than what we would do, no doubt. But as far as the look of the building and things like that, I think we feel comfortable working with Chanhassen that they've listened to the comments and
I
landscaping.
mean, part of that kind of bugs me in a way because there's a hydrant not far away, so they don't have to worry about it because they can get water from us to feed that system. So to me, it's kind of skirting what they should be doing. they should be hooking to a water source. Because I mean, that's a big building to be run with a well. To me, it just sounds like a way to get around having to hook up to utilities.
I guess I was under the understanding when I first joined the council that we were providing water to that existing building. Is that not the case, or?
To the existing building, yes.
We are providing water to the existing building, but this new building would be coming off of a well.
Yeah.
Where would that well be located?
I don't, Liz, do you know? Oh, I don't know that.
And do you mind clarifying?
Yeah, I just jump in, Mr. Mayor, your question on utilities. So we currently serve sewer to the property and only to a portion of the existing building. In the future, you know, we have no plans to serve it with water as well.
You're talking the building that's standing there today.
The building that's there today, the new building will likely have some sort of above ground storage, kind of like the B Center out at 82nd Street for fire protection and to satisfy their fire demand.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, Dan Parks, the Westwood professional engineer that's working with Capstone investors on this project. There is a well on site, and that well does provide water to the large storage tank that's on the building. So domestic needs would be continued as they are, but the large storage tank would be the source for water for fighting fires on the existing building and be available to fighting fires on the new building. So it's not that we're going to be pumping water out of a new well. The plan does show a new well being invested in on the site, but the water supply for a fire would be coming from the large tank that's on the site, because the fire demand would clearly exceed the ability of the well to produce.
So where did you say that tank is?
There's a large tank on the southeast corner of the existing building.
So you're going to get the water out of there?
That's where the fire water will be coming from, correct? There'll be a well for the new building, but in terms of having a larger supply of source of water as required by the fire protection requirements, codes, insurance requirements, there's a large tank that's on site that has sufficient capacity to provide firefighting for both of the buildings.
Could you put that on the graphic on the screen just so you can see where it is we're talking about?
And honestly, that's probably been one of the major issues we've had with the city of Chanhassen, is how we're going to fight the fires. Sewer is, as was said earlier, a new on-site system. In the future, Chanhassen may be extending sewer to the site. So we're hoping in the future we can tie into an extension of sewer from the city. So we would not have to continue in perpetuity the proposed on-site system. Stormwater on the site is being directed to this pond in the southwest corner, being slowed down. And in most rainfall events, we won't have any water coming off the site because it's a relatively granular soils. So the water would soak in into the soils. In terms of large events, there would be water that would be put into the pipe that's already crossing Stoughton, and then it would be discharged through the mobile home community to the south and into the river. But you can see the tank here at the southeast corner, kind of at the existing building and the crotch of the building there.
That tank.
Okay, so that's where the tank is. So for this new building, we'd like there's water. Okay, so that's where the water's for fire. And so that would still have to be pumped over to the new building, right?
It's at sufficient elevation that there may need to be some pumping, but the volume is there to fight a fire. And again, it's an elevated tank. It's above ground elevated tank. The building elevations between these two buildings are relatively the same. So any water hit that we have above is going to be able to be used in the new building area.
Quite a distance.
It's quite a distance, yes, a few hundred feet, yeah.
And how is it? So it goes into that building. How is it going to get to the next building?
There will be water. There's a system that's a piping system, which will take water from the existing tank to the new building. And it would be fought like any other fire. There would be a fire truck would help augment that water that comes from the tank. The volume would be there, and it would be added, the pressure would be added to fight the fire in the building. Most water suppression systems work from available pressure in the system, whether it's a tank or an underground pipe, and then a firefighting equipment would provide additional pressure to fight the fire. Oftentimes the volume is the main thing, is the water available. And that's what this design includes, is the volume that's available in the tank to fight a fire in the building.
In this building, the new building would have septic, right? And so that's the drain
septic system. That's correct.
So it's the drain field, the reason why it's a flag lot?
I'm sorry, repeat that question.
The drain field, the septic drain field looked like it's to the north of the existing building, which
yes.
So is that the reason why the new parcel is kind of like a flag lot shape?
I believe so. I think in order to connect that to the existing building, so we have the septic system on the building that it serves. Correct.
That's the drain field. Okay.
Interesting. There's nothing else that can be built on that north of the existing building then, beside this building then, right? That's all not non-buildable?
Rather tight.
Well, this one's rather tight and they shoved it in there. So
Yeah, not
I don't take anything for granted now, just asking.
what we've seen on a plan, but
I think it would be very difficult. I mean, it'd be a very long linear structure. Access is an issue too. I mean, because that's going right on to 61.
Now, where's the well for this that we were talking about earlier?
Well, that's being proposed is on the south side of the building. There's been two comments about that. One is to use the existing well that's in the building, and then there was this project has included a well on the south side of the building in relatively close proximity to the south side of the building.
Where would that be relative to this?
Liz, do you know, does this plan show that well still? Because we did have some conversation with staff at one point about whether or not the well was needed separate for the building, or whether or not the well was able to be used that was already servicing the existing building. The well that was being proposed earlier on the project, I'm sorry if I don't know that answer right now, but let me see.
He's looking, is this building similar to what we're putting out off in off Creek Road?
yeah, it's
Smaller version?
right. Yeah, I would say materials wise, it's very similar.
There's no end user at this point, probably. They're just gonna rent whatever spaces they need.
The utility plan shows the well at the south end of the building, pretty much in the middle of the building. If you cut a line down the center, and 20 feet south of the building line. So if you look at the utility plan, it does show a location of a well.
So it's actually inside of the building. So
outside the building.
Well, outside.
Be outside the building.
So it's basically on the edge, outside the building.
On the edge, on the southern edge of the building, yes. And again, that well, wells don't always get placed where you hope, based upon well drilling tests and availability and capacity of water in that location. It's not uncommon for wells to move around, 50, 75 feet from where you hope.
You know which aquifer you'd be drawing from?
I don't have that information available.
This isn't an industrial facility on well. The Michael's Foods facility has all of its production from domestic water services is through our water system, but their production is actually through a well.
So would you have like on-site filtration for that water, or any
whatever
treatment?
Needed to provide water of quality that is required by the users? I mean, we're not probably going to have a caribou in there, so we maybe don't have to have that quality of water, but whatever is going to be needed for the users to do their businesses and have domestic water service in their bathrooms and et cetera.
So I guess maybe I missed it, but with all the shared assumptions here, this building's owned by the person that owns the existing building?
That's correct. It's a local investor that has business in this county, number of businesses in this county. It's not an outside investor, it's a group that's local.
Cool comment. I appreciate all the commentary on the water. I also just say that because it's associated with the city of Chaska, I am excited to see the pickle tanks and all of that space get cleaned up because it's an eyesore. I mean, it is what it is. It's old industrial tanks. So I will comment that I'm glad that the investment's going in that space to kind of clear that out of there and kind of look like a more finished space. So I just want to throw that out there. I appreciate all the comments on the water, but I don't want to overlook the fact that because it's associated with Chaska, people stare at those brine tanks and wonder how long and how bad those are going to start looking. So I do comment and appreciate that cleanup of that.
All right, anyone else? What's your wishes? Still think it's odd, but apparently everyone's going along with it. It's just hard for me to believe.
Seems kind of pretty crowded on that piece of land.
What's that?
Seems pretty crowded on that piece of land, especially, but
Have you stood, I mean, it's pretty big right there. And you think about it, I think that's a piece of land there.
it's pretty big, but just like to see those loading docks like right up against the other building. Seems a little strange, but I gotta think that.
Yeah, we don't have any control over that though. We can only do what we can do. So.
It was nice to see a new user though.
What's that?
Be nice to see a new user though.
Yeah. All right, anyone?
Make a motion to adopt resolution 2022-9.
All right, I got a motion by Councilmember Grau.
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Wong, adopting resolution 2022-9, approving preliminary plot and building plan. Discussion. Hearing none. Nate?
Councilmember Hatfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard,
Yes.
Councilmember Wong. Aye. Councilmember Grau,
Yes.
Mayor Winchell.
Aye. All right, 8F, adopt resolution 2022-5, approving MBE excavating concept plan. Thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember, this is another item coming back from the Planning Commission. It has to do with the existing Llano gravel pit which is just to the north of Athletic Park, a little north and west of Athletic Park, along County Road 61. As you'll see in this proposal, the applicant is requesting to expand their gravel mining and reclamation area to the west of where they currently are mining. And to do that would require a conditional use permit or an extension or an amendment to the existing conditional use permit that exists out on the site. The Llano pit, which is just to the, that's basically existing right now, is something that came into the city when it was annexed. Having a conditional use permit in existence, the dates that we saw going back for this conditional use permit were 1979, but the property owner has said that the operations out there have been going on for almost 100 years out there for mining of gravel. I will turn this over to Liz. I do want to point out that this is a little bit different of a proposal than we would typically see through the Planning Commission, and we're approaching this sort of like a traditional planning process where we'd have sort of a concept, preliminary, final type of approval, because we do think that there's a number of things that need to be addressed and looked at as part of this proposal, and really think that in order to really truly look at all those, we really need to go through that three-stage process. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Liz.
Thank you, members of the council, Mr. Mayor. We have a concept plan in front of you this evening being proposed by MBE Excavating on the Llano property. So as Matt mentioned, we are approaching this with our typical step process. a little bit different than normal, so just want to highlight kind of those 3 steps. So we are at concept plan, which is the first step in the process, more of that high-level overview of the project. If that moves forward, they would go on to their second step, which would be the preliminary plan for the project. This would be the more technical and code-specific review of the project, and incorporate all of the concerns and questions that were addressed during concept plan be addressed during that preliminary step. The third and final step would be the final plan as well as the conditional use permit portion of the request. So that would be the formal adoption of a CUP or an amendment to a CUP during that time. So again, that would be a preliminary step, kind of once over, and doing more of the dotting the I's and crossing the T's at that point. So the site that is being looked at for this request is highlighted in yellow on this aerial exhibit. It is located pretty much on the southern border of the city of Chaska. We have Chaska Boulevard abutting its southern edge. That was referencing the existing Llano pit. It is basically east of the site that they're looking at this evening. That site is also located off of Chaska Boulevard. There's a number of residences on Edge Hill Road, as well as right off of Chaska Boulevard, in between the gravel pit in this subject site, a farmstead, and additional residential to the south within the city of Carver. So Chaska Boulevard is really that boundary limitation of Chaska as you merge into the city of Carver. So Carver is basically the lots that are on the southern portion of this site. So in terms of...
Sorry. Can you back up? Show me exactly where the big ravine is. Is it right on the yellow line?
Pretty much. And I'll show a better exhibit in a different slide here that kind of shows the topographical analysis of the site. But yeah, it pretty much runs along that yellow boundary.
That's what I kind of thought, but I wanted to make sure.
So in terms of the existing pit that exists today, so it exists on the address of 3730 Chaska Boulevard. When they did get approval for their conditional use permit, it was back when they were a part of Chaska Township. So Carver County actually administered that initial CUP that's on the property today. It dates back to 1979, but they have stated to us that the pit has been in existence since roughly 1929. So again, it was created when it was a part of the Chaska Township. Chaska did ultimately annex the township area back in 2005. So when we did that, we annexed all of the uses and permits that were in place as a part of that. So that's why there's that CUP in existence and gravel pit in existence today. The developer did, or applicant did put together a neighborhood meeting on November 30th of 2021. They did have a number of people show up to that meeting and express concerns for the project, which centered around a couple things related to time frame of the overall project, how long would it last, the type of material that was being excavated, access and traffic into the site, into and out of the site, status of the existing pit, the erosion issue that's present on site, the type of noise that will be generated, and dust as well. I did want to mention a couple other concerns that were received before both the Planning Commission and as well as the City Council meeting this evening, which were provided via email and attached as supplements to your packet, but just want to make sure that they're a part of the public record and were shared with you as a part of your packet. And those names are listed on the screen. The residents from Chaska include Joseph and Karen Atkinson. The rest include residents of Carver. So all of, or most of the residents off of Highland Drive, which is the street that's directly south of the proposed project. Meg Peterson, Kevin Norby, and Scott Van Meerten. So in terms of how the comprehensive plan guides this property and the current zoning that's in place, The comprehensive plan guides this area to be low-density residential. It's currently in an open zoning district, which is essentially a holding district until it gets redeveloped, and would thus put a zoning classification on it that is in line with the comprehensive plan. The type of request that they're moving towards is an excavation and filling request, which under ordinance, under Chaska ordinance, anything in excess of 2,000 cubic yards does require a conditional use permit. So that's why they're taking those steps towards that route. So again, the proposal this evening is for concept plan. They would like to excavate and provide reclamation on 13 acres of land that was noted in that aerial exhibit. The operators of that use would be MBE Excavating. So they are the applicant. So in terms of existing conditions of the property that they're looking at, so again, it's 13 acres total that they're taking a look at. So that would be 8 acres of a parcel owned by the Llanos, which is shown in this yellow outline here. And then in addition to that, 5 acres will come from the existing Llano pit parcel and be added to that other 8 acres. So a total of 13 acres is being looked at for the expansion of that gravel pit use. Their existing gravel pit, they've stated that they're nearing completion on that gravel pit, so they are bringing back fill in to level off the property today, so they're no longer mining out there. So the ravine system that you asked about, Mr. Mayor, is basically highlighted, or the boundary is shown kind of by that dark red graphic exhibit. So where the red is where those steeper topographical lines are happening on the site. So the ravine really kind of abuts that north and easterly portion of the site, and then some of the westerly as well. The ravine system, again, is kind of on that north and east side.
So Liz, stay here, go back up. I couldn't hear you completely. So when you talked about the land division, say that again.
Acreage makeup?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's 2 parcels that kind of make up the 13 acres that they want to propose the gravel pit operations on. There's an 8-acre piece. I'm highlighting it here because it's kind of tough to decipher all the different lines, but there's an 8-acre piece that makes up the south portion. And then there would be about 5 acres, which again is kind of encompassed by that ravine system. In between that would be added to that.
Did you say they were different owners? Oh, okay. I thought you said 2 different owners and I was confused there. Okay.
So the site itself is very steep on its edges. There's some wooded steep slopes that need to be evaluated in the field and determined with staff to figure out where that edge really does lie. It's safe to say that there is existing wooded steep slopes out there. It's just a matter of fully delineating that. The erosion issue, when we talk about that, it's really where this red portion is on the top exhibit. I'll show some pictures of the existing condition as well, but the issue is really kind of surrounding that existing residence on the south side. So this is a separate owner here at 3950 Chaska Boulevard. So it really kind of encompasses that edge. So that will be one of those pieces that needs to be addressed if and when this moves forward, but also just as kind of a separate piece, it's something that's been known to be out there and something that needs to be addressed regardless. And with the location of this property, just to note, not in that condition of ripe development, so to speak. Utilities are really kind of where the First Street West stubs off, kind of on the western edge of downtown.
The ravine there, would it ever be?
What was that?
With the ravine there, would it ever be?
It could be.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's important to point out too is in this map or the one you just had on there, But
Or from the north to this site.
yeah, you could not serve utilities from the north to here. But I will say that no, I go back to the other one. Sorry. The property that is just to the, I call it west.
Our left.
Your left, closer to Carver. That area is serviceable from sewer to the north and currently is under contract. And we actually have a development application that's in for that parcel as well as the Zweers? Friends property. So that's the property just to that property where her hand is on there, and then sort of wrapping around the big woods to the north on the Friends property is under contract and could be served by sewer to the north. So even though that ravine is sort of the edge, that ravine on the right there, or not that one, the other one, that one is sort of the edge of where sewer can go from the north.
So this site here, how would it get served if it was ever to be served? Because it is guided.
You'd have to have the sewer extend from basically by Athletic Park.
Up the other.
And you'd have to have it go down County Road 61, and then it would just drain down into it.
Well, you're on this map. Where's the future road that would be the north-south that ties into Big Woods Boulevard? Here, that I think it's Percheon.
There's sort of two of them. There's one that's by Mount Hope Road, which is the one that goes through the Friends property. So that's right there. And that goes to north. That would be Savannah Way. And then on the one that you see on the concept plan on the east side of the park would be right where the hand is there, sort of by, I forget the name of that road. Edge Hill. Yes. Right where the entrance into Edge Hill Road would be.
So the next few slides are just showing the pictures of that erosion issue that exists out there today. I think this one shows kind of the best view of the issue. You can see the trees knocked down and things are starting to sag out there. So that's when we talk about the issue, this is really where we're talking about. In terms of getting into the specifics of the operation itself and what they're proposing, so they've stated they'd like to have a work plan from Monday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. This would encompass roughly 2 to 4 employees would be working on this. And they would also have about 5 to 6 pieces of equipment working on the operation. And those are mainly dump trucks, but there are other vehicles as well. And they anticipate that there's about 100 to 150 trips per day that they would anticipate with this type of use. More so the 100 trips per day is kind of the typical traffic generation. But when you get into the summer months, they tend to see that higher trip generation of 150 trips per day. They have stated that they assume that there's roughly 560,000 cubic yards of granular material. They're primarily looking for clean sand within that area. In order to do so, they're proposing to excavate about 70 feet below grade to be able to attain that. Right now, and I forgot to fix this, but where they proposed access would come off the existing access that is there today to access the farm field. So it's currently being farmed. So they do have a farm field access that comes off of the existing residence at 3950 Chaska Boulevard, and it basically skirts down on the west side of their driveway there that would provide access into the field. So that's been the initial point of access that they've identified for this use to maintain that. There are definitely concerns with visibility on this county road in terms of the curvature and the speed that not only did the county express concern over, but the city as well. So this does need to be fully evaluated to see if that's a safe access point into this operation. The latter, or the alternative to that, would be looking somewhere more directly adjacent or off of the existing Llano property and maintaining the existing access they have on Chaska Boulevard today for their gravel pit operations. So the access point does need to get vetted out properly in order to figure out what point of access would be the safest.
And it's important to point out that Carver County is the one that has to give approval for that access. So if they go anywhere different than where they're currently at, they'd have to get that access approval through Carver County because it's on County Road 61.
Do you have any say on that, or is it purely a county decision, right?
We definitely have input in it, but I will tell you that they're as concerned as we are.
Yeah, I'll comment now just because we're talking about access. So for the last 2-ish years, I've driven the stretch morning and afternoon to pick my kids up from Carver and go to my job at Shakopee and back. Now I'm in Prairie, so it's a little different route. The sun is terrible. I will admit that. Like, that access and those roads worry me because the sun hits you in the wrong spot in the morning and it hits you on the wrong spot going out, for me at least. And there is a slight decline. So I would, definitely share that continued concern with the county about adding another access there, because for someone, like I said, who drove it twice a day, 5 days a week, the sun, unless I was going the wrong direction, the sun, but the sun hits you right in that space and it's hard to see. And you're going downhill for most of that too. So that speed is an issue as well. So that was my comment there, but it seemed appropriate to say it now because we're talking about it, but firsthand experience driving that.
I think the last point I wanted to make on this slide is in terms of what they would have to bring in or what they anticipate to bring in from a reclamation standpoint. And they approximate about 812,000 cubic yards of fill to replace the excavated material within this property.
So what is the ultimate goal of this piece of property?
The ultimate goal is to make it residential for our comp plan.
So will it be able to be residential after it's used this way? Well, I understand they're going to fill it back in, but
there is precedence to show in other communities that you have the ability to be able to reclaim the property back to a developable state.
I think two primary areas that people are probably familiar with is up in Maple Grove. So McCrossin owns most of the property where Arbor Lakes is now was all a gravel pit. To the stuff to the east now that they're mining is a gravel pit and it has future residential. The other area that people are probably familiar with is down in the Lakeville, Farmington area. So most of that area was mined and then reclaimed and then it became housing development. So it's not uncommon to see that happen in the Twin Cities.
What's the timing though? That's my concern. Because I do feel, again, I'm talking out of turn here as we're not even done, but I do worry that development in demand is happening faster than that fill gets filled. So I'm just curious about like what the timing is for, you get the gravel you need. I get it. We build a lot of roads and need that, but what is the timing? And maybe when we get to the applicant, they can address that. But that's my concern is I think development happening faster
too is defining that time. Because I mean, obviously the current operations have been going on for a long, long time. And, when that conditional use permit was set up before it came into the city, there was no real end date put on it. Obviously we have the ability with the conditional use permit to be able to set more limits on that. So I do think that time is something that we should be concerned about.
There's no monitoring of what's going in there. Don't they want certain kind of fills that they need? I mean, who's monitoring what's happening today? I
mean, ultimately, if you put in the wrong fill, a developer's not going to be interested in it. So it doesn't have any economic value.
Because that's what seems to me is the fill that's going in there is the bad stuff they're taking out of other places.
I think he's saying that they would Their
Their best interest.
correct. Yes, they want to resell it afterwards.
I get it, but I'm saying the current one, there's been really nobody's been monitoring what's happening there.
Fair.
And I don't, do we have that ability to even do that? Yeah, I mean, that's where I struggle with this.
And that's got, to me, those are some of those, again, this is a concept phase. And to me, these are really fair questions to be bringing up. And I think are the right questions to be bringing up, that I think to be able to have a more detailed analysis on those, I think would be critical to considering going further. I also think, I know personally I get complaints about the existing facility from residents that live over in that area.
I've been almost hit by a dump truck going that direction is astronomical.
Yes, so I mean, the existing conditional use permit is very open-ended. So, I think these are very much the right questions to ask, and I think need more technical analysis, and that's why we felt it was important to go through sort of a 3-phase process in this, as opposed to just one where we're just considering a conditional use permit. But there's a lot of things. Probably the biggest thing is access to 61, I think, and at the end ends up being more the county saying, is this going to even be acceptable to them or not?
I think like the mayor's question is a fair question because, like, for example, I mean, even we made this an abstract discussion and said, well, if the developer was leveraging a piece of a property for its economic worth as a mining operation of some sort, made money off of that over the course of X number of years, refilled that, but refilled it with something that wasn't suitable for resale, they've already extracted their economic gain from it, potentially, or that would be the
landowner has,
right? At which point, it's a matter of like, how do you discard the land, right?
Then it sits there undeveloped.
They get taxed on it, right? So, but the question is like, you either sell it to the city, donate the parcel, whatever, right? If you don't want it, but you could make more money if you developed it.
Yes, and again, that's a very common practice around the Twin Cities to see properties mined, reclaimed with good fill, and then reused as development. And it makes sense because, I mean, now you're making money twice on the property. You're making money once on the mineral or the gravel that's in there, and you're making it again on the actual sale of the property.
That would be smart business, right?
So we've talked about access. I think that's a concern, especially because not only is, Chaska side growing, they are putting so many homes over on the Carver side off of Mount Hope there that it's already dicey when you want to turn, and then coming down that hill, if it's icy or even if it has just rained, if it's just rained, you see all the water running off and you literally grasp your car to go through that. So drainage, access, all of that is a concern. The number of trips a day how does that compare to the current operation? 100 to 150 seems like a lot. Pretty in line. Okay, so it'd be 100 and 100 to 150 more. It's almost doubling what's going down because the current operation is going to still be going on, right?
Well, to some extent, they can probably speak to it. Okay. There will be a waning off of that operation as this one is gearing up. So it won't be double necessarily, but there will be.
And I read the neighbors' concerns, but that house that like it kind of wraps around, I didn't see anything from that. Is that they're not concerned? Well, I mean, they do. We just haven't heard from them. Okay.
What's the long term? Well, I know that, for example, we're doing work at Chaska Boulevard and 41, and then there's anglers there's a study going on, on that because there's dangers from a traffic perspective. Is there any plan or what's the roadmap, no pun intended, for Chaska Boulevard in terms of the long term? Is it intended to grow in terms of volume? What's improvements? What's our strategy for that roadway?
Was a corridor study completed there so like 3 years ago. And yeah, it is an area that we do anticipate traffic will increase. Not to the extent that, Engler, as an example, is expected to increase. I can say that the accesses that are planned for this site does not include the proposed access for this project. So it does talk about adding the access for Savannah Way. But other than that, I don't believe there are any additional accesses anticipated, at least on that side of the road going forward.
I mean, it seems like the county strategy is to reduce the number of accesses in that stretch because of the danger involved, right?
County engineer did submit a review, sort of an early review, right, of an access request here for this project. That is included in the council packet.
Yeah.
They do raise some concerns and questions that they want evaluated, but they did not provide a, definitive response to their request yet. So they want to see some analysis done. They do say that the requested access does not align with their policy. So that's all, that always is a red flag then for them to want to work on it.
Is the county trying to consolidate accesses for existing, and when the opportunity presents itself for existing properties? So for example, there's multiple driveways, like you look at, was it Edgewood? There's like 6 houses along that, in that stretch. There's only one access, right?
Homes currently share a single access point. But yeah, that is something that the county looks at, is to try to consolidate accesses as it makes sense. But obviously, existing homes are going to need to be able to maintain an access through that process. Yep.
Okay.
Fair question to ask, since I've been concerned about fill. As it sits today, is it developable for houses? Like, there's gravel there. Is it suitable soil? Or does doing this allow for, if it's filled back with quality fill, better residential as it's coded for?
I don't think we probably have the information to know that. I mean, we know there's gravel under there, but I mean, it's sort of, you don't know what's on top of that. I mean, it could be fine. It may not be fine. I would suggest that the bigger issue for development of that property right now is probably utilities and getting the sewer up, because it's
the very end of the line.
Yeah, it's not a cheap area to get sewer up to, and it's the last piece of property probably that we serve in that area.
Because the other stuff comes from the north.
Yeah.
That's what I look at it. I mean, the last slide shows a housing development there, but again, it's showing that access right there on 61. And by the time that we're looking at this, who knows what that traffic volume will be. So now we've done this with the idea that we're going to fix it, make it better, and make it a residential area that we may not ever happen.
It probably happens someday.
Right.
Yeah, my someday, I worry that someday happens sooner. Because if you look at that space, that is the fastest growing space in the city of Chaska, that's southwest Chaska. And if you look what's happening north of Big Woods, there ain't much more space to go there. So it's gonna, and we're seeing it. We've seen concept plans for west of Founders Ridge. It's gonna start going that direction. Again, now I can't predict.
It can't be limited by utilities. So at the end of the day, the demand might be there, but it's not going to be economical to try to serve that area unless you see development come from 61 that way.
Now, I think, it is a more likely situation where you've got development on the neighboring property. The cardinal directions get a little weird over there relative to the road. It's
left or right.
Yeah. Left, right, as you're looking at it right now, I guess. That's the Worm property. And there is a group now that has agreement on that site to move forward and explore some development opportunities there. That is a piece that can be served by sewer more immediately. Whereas the site that we're looking at right now for the gravel operation, or for the mining operation, would be served by a different sewer connection. So that's what creates that timing difference there.
And it's really that ravine that's in between those two properties.
Yeah. So I think, there is a legitimate question about neighborhood compatibility as you're thinking about the site that is likely to develop on a sooner timeline.
I can tell you that you'll hear from the developer when they look at the Worm property that you can only really appreciate it if you go up on the Worm property, but that is probably the best view in Chaska.
Say the way that sits, never been up there, but
So where you might see more of the traditional housing that we've seen through the rest of Southwest Chaska going up the Friends property, I think it's very likely that you might see some larger lot homes that go down into this property here.
So would it be, if that's the case, given the challenging cost of getting sewer, is it plausible a developer would say, you know what, rather than dragging sewer there, why not do like acreages with septic fields in each one of them? Because then you could actually do that probably more affordably.
Well, that wouldn't really be in line with the comp plan guidance.
So that sort of gets into, if development was going to go on there, unless they were like permanently rural residential, which this isn't guided for, you wouldn't really have septic systems that you'd have in there.
So basically, because
we're getting too far ahead here, we got to figure out the first problem of whether or not, where we feel about this before we worried about it being all done and completed and moving back, putting houses in. I think that's a conversation for another day. Valid point, but a conversation for another day. We got to look at what's in front of us. What they're looking at first is whether or not it should be allowed to happen there, or even if it can happen there. Well, I wrote some comments down while we're kind of sitting at a stop point. Obviously, the access is my number one condition that I'm very, very concerned about. Putting access by Body Road there on that hill and whatever, and like we talk about, if we have rain and they're tracking dirt out on the highway, now you got mud. The stopping and the starting to me is going to be real challenges. And again, I don't know the direction they're going, but I don't know. I just can't see that as being a good spot for a road to have. It's one thing to have cars come out of, but to have side dumps and large dump trucks coming out of there, I can't believe that you wouldn't have to put in acceleration lanes and turn lanes and all that. And who ends up paying for all that? I don't know if all that is worth it at this point. I worry tons about the future development, how close it is, and talk about the length of operations. I think it was 7 to 20 years, was it? 7? I can't hear you.
5 to 15.
So 5 to 15 years, that's a long time. And I don't know if that's a true end date. That's a guesstimation. Then is it 5 to 20? And then you look at the site next door, and that's been going for 30 some years, if not probably more. So I worry about that, and granted, that site is there before the development occurs, but now I'm not even sure, now that I just found out that the parcel right next to it's already got a proposal on it, and I just think that we're creating some giant nightmares moving down the road, putting a mining operation in the middle of a fast-growing city. Just, I don't know. I have some issues. I worry about the ravine. How and who's going to take care of that? and what happens if something happens and who's responsible for the ravine. I'm already hearing there's finger pointing. How's that going to work when you're working on a parcel that's completely surrounded by this large ravine? And then, I mean, we're having, my last one is we're already having concerns with the current facility. Is it going to be any different with this facility? So those are my 5 huge concerns that I would have to have some pretty good answers on before I can see a lot of support for it.
I can tell you that the way that the Planning Commission approaches, which I thought was really sort of a good idea, was, you know, they approved the concept plan because it's a concept, but they put out the major concerns that they had that before a preliminary would come back that they'd want to see these items addressed. And so that's a way that we could approach this. I think it's one that, you know, would allow us to be able to you know, dig into more of those details. For instance, to me, it doesn't make sense for us to consider a preliminary unless the county has said, yep, access is going to be granted. Because if it isn't granted, and all of a sudden you have to look at trying to create some kind of an access across the ravine, you know, is that something that still makes that site economical to be able to do it? And so to talk about the what ifs without knowing about the what is going to be, to me, doesn't make a lot of sense. And so, you know, so that's an approach we could take with this, is to sort of take those comments that you have and be able to explore those further and say, you know, and really, you know, make the, you know, take the approach that until those issues that we have satisfactory conclusion on those issues, that you wouldn't see a preliminary come back.
That's, I mean, that's where I was going with this. Those are my concerns. I'm with you that we have to, I mean, I'm okay with the concept, because we gotta see if we can even do any of this before and moving forward. And for any of the residents, I'm not sure, that are listening here, that, you know, the concept is really, is it something that's feasible that can happen? But you got to meet these conditions or our concerns or whatever. So nothing happens, and then it has to come back with really how it's all laid out, and is there access even allowed there, and all of these things before it goes into the next phase. So the concept is really just about whether or not the developers are hearing the concerns of the Planning Commission, the council. Then they're going to take it back and say, well, what can we do to meet what their concerns are? So when we're saying that we're approving a concept plan, that's a really high level of just to see what next steps are. But there's 2 more steps before it's fine. Any kind of a final approval would be approved on it. So,
well, at the end of the day, and this came out of the Planning Commission, this was several years ago now, but we really the Planning Commission requested that we look at concept plans on a much higher level, so that we don't have people go out and spend a lot of money on things before we identify the big issues. Because we don't want to be unfair to developers and landowners either. And so to me, the real purpose of the concept is to say, okay, if you're going to go forward, here are the major things we think that we think you need to address. When you have these addressed, then you can come back to that process and then be able to see, do we think you addressed them in the right way?
Yeah, I will comment. I echo a lot of what those 5 major concerns, Mark, that you had mentioned. Still holding to what I've always done in this concept plans. It's going to come up. I'm going to say yes tonight. I've always believed in a concept plan of passing concept plans, and I'm going to hold true to that. But I'll be 100% honest. Those 5 concerns are huge for me. That I echo, and I'll be honest. This is one of those concept plans where I don't know how much can change to make me feel different, because it kind of is what it is. Access matters, that can change, but the use of that property in a preliminary plan isn't going to come back and not be a gravel pit, right? It just isn't. So, you know, I want to go and explore that space some more. But I'm signaling for people who are listening, and some maybe in the crowd, I am going to vote yes, because I believe concept plans are important to continue to have that conversation. But, you know, I think full disclosure, I've never voted no on a concept plan because I just don't believe that that's meant for that. But I have huge concerns where this property is and what's going on here. And so I agree with the approach of figuring out the access. But like I said, it kind of is what it is. It's, the concept, the preliminary plan is not going to come back and it's going to be something other than a gravel pit. That's the hard thing for me to wrap around on this. Is where some other times where, we've seen properties with traffic control and that's a big concern. And how do you route traffic and through the neighborhood and lot sizes and spaces, and you can change those things. I'm struggling to see how much can change.
One of the things, and I think you've mentioned it before, I think one of the things that might make this more attractive for people is if it could time up better with the development that's happening to the west. Yeah. So if you could, because if you stretch this out over 20 plus years or 15 plus years, then development's going to occur over there, and that's going to impact those property owners to the west. Now, let's say that you could come in and you could do it in 5 years, and that's when that area to the west is going to develop. That may make a difference. So to me, those are the kind of things we're going to explore with them.
That's kind of a key thing. I agree with everything the mayor said earlier, and those 5 points are really critical. But the one that jumped out was this new bit of information that there was interest in that site to the west, because the last thing we want is to say, hey, we just approved this mining pit, and then oh crud, now you're gonna have a bunch of brand new homes there, which isn't super great for the developers, much less anyone who wants to buy there. That means that they're gonna be sitting next to a gravel pit for the next 5 to 20 years, right, or more, right? And so I think we got to look at this long term, right? Because it's not just what's going to happen next 5 years, but what's to Matt's point, what's going to happen to that site to the west, because we can't be developing properties that are incompatible, because the short or medium term impact to the property values of that site to the west will have longer term detrimental impacts to that neighborhood. And what I mean by that, it's just touching upon is that if there's a gravel pit there, the homes to that eastern edge of that property are probably going to have a lower property value, because no one's going to want to live right next to that gravel pit. So for years and years, you're going to have home turnover, you have lower end homes or lower property values there. People will come in, some will come more rentals, they'll probably get beat up, not taken care of as well. That'll sort of pull down that sort of neighborhood aesthetic that we're kind of looking for, because people don't want to live there. And of course, that'll kind of bleed over further into that neighborhood. And I've seen it before in other communities. And that's not the type of thing you want, right? And so having that consistency of product, but also consistency of community is important too, because that'll ensure that when that community grows, that if it's an open field, that's great, and then it gets developed, then it's just more homes of comparable type and size and build. And then everyone maintains a healthy property value. And I think that's part of that, something to me that's important is for those homeowners, making sure that no homes have been built yet, but when they do that, they maintain their property values over the long term.
I know I've been quiet. I've kind of being away, kind of an island of myself over here. I wanted just to kind of chime in on my my thoughts and opinions as I've kind of listened. I do share a lot of the same concerns as everyone's kind of notated. I just kind of wanted to go on record and make sure. But I think what's important, as Councilmember Wong touched on, was, future development, but I think it's also really important to look at the current residents that live in that area. And I think the equitable standpoint is that right now, currently, as things lie, we have a property owner that's abutting up against, and some of them that are kind of surrounding that. And I just think the impact on those folks that live there is not ideal. I also want to kind of mention, I'm very, very uneasy about really even saying yes initially to the idea of allowing more traffic kind of on that stretch. I know it's obviously something that hasn't had approval yet, and they're still mapping that out, but I had a friend almost die, in a car accident on that stretch of road. So the idea of saying yes to adding more really large construction vehicle traffic is a real problem for me. I'm also really concerned about the environmental impact. And with the ravine and the steep slopes, I have a lot of problems with this, and even saying yes to a concept plan on this. I understand the procedure. I understand that, you know, they're going to have to come back with conditions, you know, in order to get it passed preliminarily. But I have a real issue with this.
We got those, the mayor's 5 conditions documented succinctly, right? Okay. Yep. So, yeah.
Logistics question. I think we typically approach, right, that concept plan, approval, preliminary, questions got to get answered, contingencies. It hasn't happened since I've been on the council, but if concept plan gets voted no, the applicant still could get all the answers to those questions and submit an application, but it would start a concept plan again. Is that an accurate process?
Say that again.
If a concept plan was voted no, if it gets voted down, a concept plan in general gets voted down, the applicant still has the ability to maybe address the concerns. They still heard what was heard or said and apply again, but they would go through a concept plan at that stage. Or does there something have to significantly change for it to be accepted as an application?
Well, if they come back with the same plan, it wouldn't make any sense.
Right, but I guess if they answered if all the questions that we're asking got answered at a concept level, then maybe it would significantly change. So my question is, if that were the case, would it come back as a concept plan?
If you vote no the first time on a concept plan, they would effectively have to go through the process at the start again. So
it would set a pretty tall hurdle for that second concept plan to get a staff recommendation for approval.
Understood.
Because essentially what you're saying is you're not supportive of the concept, right, for this gravel extraction operation. Now, of course, you know, if they're able to come forward and address all the concerns in a significant way, right, then you can begin to have a discussion, I think.
I think there's a bigger legal question here that I think, and I don't know if our city attorney is prepared to talk to it or not, is what responsibility do we have with the conditional use permit? You know, what ability do we have to deny or, you know, identifying exactly what we have the authority to do?
So with the conditional use permit, we do need to have a reason to deny the conditional use permit. So if you're inclined to, or if the vote is no on this concept plan, I would like to see us go down and ask each council member to ask or to state on the record why they're voting to deny the concept plan. And then that would be our support for the denial. I don't think they're prohibited from coming back and reapplying again, but I've not looked at the ordinance. Some ordinances do have time periods in them that say on, you know, certain applications you can't come back and immediately reapply, but I've not looked at that.
I guess my practical feeling is that because we have to list out a reason for denial. I mean, you guys have listed out some pretty specific concerns that I think we have to look at. If we go forward with the concept plan and we look into those and we determine that, hey, the county's not going to give access, or it's whatever these things can't be met, now we have something that we can bring back to you guys to say that the things you brought up as concerns are legitimate concerns because this or this or this can't be met, and therefore we're recommending denial of the conditional use permit for these specific reasons, and then we can put it in a resolution instead of having to just sort of, you know, not to make sure that we're looking at this from the right reasons and not just sort of our gut reasons.
So I would agree with that.
So, okay, I got another logistics question. This is probably the most complicated I've made this ever. Is it logistically possible to table this with the idea of we want those answers before we vote on the concept plan?
I would say yes, the answer is yes, you can. But there's one real significant issue we have with that is the timing on which we have to process applications. So we have, and I would argue that we wouldn't have enough time to go through and actually get that done. And if you don't deal with it within that time period, then it gets approved automatically.
Can't we ask for continuance?
You can ask for a continuance, they don't have to give it.
So we'd have to ask the developers that.
They have to ask the applicant to continue it.
Yeah, but that
To automatically, or we have a right to continue it on our own initiative for 60 days only. So out to a total of 120 days.
and I thought we could. That's why.
I guess I get a little nervous when we do that because if we can't get those types of answers, I mean, whatever, a traffic study or whatever the case may be, I would much rather approach it from saying, before you can submit a completed preliminary application, you have to meet these conditions, which, Kevin, which Nate reminded me, these conditions are in the resolution that you guys are considering. The things that you brought up are things that are specifically in that resolution.
Yeah, I guess in my mind, that's the whole purpose of the 3-step process, is that this is concept. We're saying we don't really love this. You need to fix some things and give us some answers, but we could still say no at preliminary. So in my mind, that's the whole point of this.
They could come back to us and say, well, we fixed the access, but doesn't mean that we have to agree that it's the right access.
Well,
or it may,
county has to approve the access.
And it just seems odd if I'm developing that I wouldn't have got some sort of an approval from the county ahead of time.
Yeah, with that being said, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, but I would assume that the county doesn't want to really give full consideration to this until they know it's something that's serious.
So are we saying in their conditions that we would need approval from the county before we go preliminary to approve preliminary? Is that what?
I don't think it says specifically that it needs to be approved by preliminary. I think it does need to be approved by the county. So we may need to be more specific and
tighten that up, because I think that would make me feel more comfortable, because ultimately that kind of gives us the, that black and white sort of answer that if county's kind of being wishy-washy on it, it's like, look, this is gonna be one of those things that we're gonna either approve or deny at a preliminary, because, and if it's one of those things that the county's not gonna give access, that's kind of an easy no, right?
I think that's a good idea. So we can certainly amend or change the language to tighten it up to say that for preliminary approval, you'd have to have
then we make this criteria much more objective. Then they either check, you either did it or you didn't, right? And then when we come back here, it's like, well, you met like 1 out of 5 or 3 out of 5. It's like, sorry.
Like, do you feel comfortable with that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Is there any, I guess, so my general statement, in addition to that particular one, is any of them we can tighten up to make them more objective from our perspective, to say you either made it or you didn't.
So under this, and if we get that far, is there a way that we get more control over the existing site that we inherited when we annexed that property into the city? Do we get control over that property? Because right now we have none.
Yeah.
I don't think.
The conditional use permit wouldn't change. Now the question ends up being, it is more, can we negotiate that as part of it? Yes, we can.
Is that something we have to put in here as a condition?
I mean, if you give us direction to bring that part of the discussion, that's what we're going to do.
Well, I'm kind of asking.
Very good idea. And that's honestly, that's the approach that we think is is the approach that we would take on it.
It was kind of stated, but not directly stated, about the previous condition. But I think that we should have that in there, because that, I drove in there today, and it's interesting. It's interesting what they're doing there. And it'd be nice to have some sort of a plan to know, at least for us to know. Because it's.
Well, that other use exists as a legal non-conforming use at this point. So I think to the extent that the properties are merged into a single project, that makes a lot of sense, but I would not recommend making some new deal on the existing legal non-conforming use a condition of approving this.
I guess
this
that's why
project.
I was saying, don't make it so that becomes part of the discussion.
Okay. I'm fine with that. I just think that needs to be part of the discussion. I didn't know. That's why I'm asking. I don't know where it goes, how it fits in.
Yeah, and I think based upon what I've heard, there might be some synergy between the properties, especially with the access issue, when we get that far, but to be determined.
Okay. You else up here? Ms. Hubbard, you good? As far as.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I've been listening. So, yeah.
I just want to make sure you've gotten an opportunity. I don't know if we, this isn't a public hearing, but I don't know if there's anybody here that wants to speak. I'll take a couple because we've got a lot of items here, but I want to at least offer the ability, if someone here or the developer wants to keep it very short, to the point, and I'll allow that. But so I don't know if there's anybody that does. Like I said, we can keep it short and to the point.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name's Eric Miller. I'm an engineer at Sambatek, 12800 Whitewater Drive, Minnetonka, Minnesota. I will keep it brief. We appreciate your discussion. We appreciate understanding the council's concerns for the property. They were very well articulated in staff report, and I see the city's value in the three-step process. It provides clarity for us, what needs to be addressed as we move on to the second one. And that's really a question that we have to look at ourselves and ask ourselves is, understanding the order of magnitude that it's going to take to get to the second one. Do we want to get to that step and move forward with the deal? So we appreciate the clarity. We appreciate the process. We appreciate the ability to have consideration to move to step two, should the council approve the concept plan tonight. I stand for any questions.
Well, I'm going to ask you because you're there and it's going to put you on the spot. But I think the question that's sitting in my head the most is how long before that's reusable space? And that's the impossible question of the room. And I'm putting you on the spot, but you maybe had some time to think about that. And maybe it's not fair to ask you now, and that's fair. You can defer. But that's the struggle I'm having is that the existing property has been 30 some years. We say 5 to 15. What's your gut if you're able to answer that? And I respect, if you respectfully decline to answer, that's okay too.
I really believe deals like this are very market driven. Two, from a need to move the material off the site and bring material back onto the site, and from a perspective of development. If development wants to pay a premium for this property, it's going to move the property. That's I work in the private development industry. That's how deals move forward. The benefit to the city on this is this site needs work. There's the ability to increase the value of this site to the community, to future developers by raising grades, possibly making it an extension of the parcel to the west, the worm parcel, possibly resolving serviceability from utilities through raising the grade through this mining operation and importing of material. The extraction is only one part. Probably the bigger part that's going to be a bigger benefit is the importing of a material and how that's done in engineered fashion to solve many of the issues that have been discussed today. The county wants property off the worm, access off the worm parcel. That's option 2 in their corridor study. That means future residential will be served likely to this parcel through the worm parcel, which means we need to figure out ways to make those 2 parcels more aligned in their development, the ability to develop them in proximity to each other.
I think that's a really good point that he brings up that we really haven't looked at is, the market-driven approach only works if it's going to keep up with the market. When we talked about before, the sewer is coming from the east, and it's the last property to get served on the sewer. So the market's, I would normally agree with exactly what you're saying, but the market's, when it's at the end of the line, is going to be less of a driver than what happens to the east of it. But I think it's a very good point that I think we probably need to understand more is, if you raise the elevations of that site enough, could it be served to the west?
I think that's a critical question, right?
I think that's a good point to bring up that I think we should look at as part of this.
And that's what we believe the next step's doing, is getting in and helping the city vet out pros and cons to not only the mining, but also the long-term viability of this property in this community and how it can be developed successfully. We want to get there. We know, we understand, better understand the process the city would like us to go through. And we need to get to a point that hopefully the city can move us to step 2 and then determine if we can go to step 2, because it's going to be a heavy lift. Questions? Thank you for good consideration.
You want to say something?
Billie-Jean Undesser, 225 Cardinal Lane, Chaska, Minnesota. You're talking about how you're wanting to, if there is property and wanting to develop that you're going to have to push getting it done faster. And again, that increases the traffic even more, going from that 100 and 150 to 200 a day and extending the times. Also, if developments are going to start, you've got that massive ravine there, and then there's a lot of different safety things that come in for children. It's very close to the edge, unlike the other ravine that's already right there. You've got it blocked off. That single house that's stuck in the middle, is there kids that live there right now? So I guess public safety concern comes to mind when I'm thinking of all this.
I mean, that's, all those items are always looked at when these developments are happening. So, they got to look at that. They have to protect who's, if it does happen, they got to protect all that. And I mean,
Seems to, talking about developing and trying to push it faster. If someone does decide to want to come in and start developing, you're talking about pushing even more traffic on that road. And is that something that the county is going to think of when they're granting access?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, allow one more, somebody, if not seeing any movement. Okay. All right. What's your thoughts up here?
Yeah, as I said, I think it's concept plan. There's a reason for this process. I think there's a lot of valid concerns by the neighbors, access. I think even the hours it'll be operating is a concern. So I think we have a lot, I think those requirements we have are really important. And hopefully we see some more answers at preliminary.
I'm struggling. I'm just gonna say that because, like I said, I have not voted no on a concept plan in my time up here. And largely I say that's because I didn't disagree with the concept. I maybe disagreed with some of the things. We'll just say it that way, right? I think, Mayor, you said it best. Does it make sense in one of the fastest growing communities in the Carver County to increase a space for mining? and no, the concept's not gonna, for me, like, I'm just sitting here going, I have to be comfortable with that concept, even at that concept plan, because preliminary, it's still gonna be a gravel pit. Like, they're not gonna come back and say, we're filling it in and putting houses. Like, that's not gonna happen. And that's my struggle. That is certainly my struggle. And I understand process and appreciate your commentary and tough questions, but that one seems to be the hard one for me to overlap a little bit. Is like, it is fast growing city, fast growing area, and we lose some of the control of the timing of things. Granted, I don't hear what you're saying with sewer, but it's again, do I believe in the concept that we should increase mining, environmental impact, traffic, right in the middle of our fastest growing area in a fast growing city? And that's my struggle. Because the preliminary is going to it's going to be the same thing. We'll get some answers, but it's going to be the same. It's still going to be a mining operation with gravel.
I agree with Councilmember Gra. I'm having a hard time getting behind just the use of the property being what it would be and the impact, no matter the conditions that are met and all the added work to kind of suffice what we put forward to them, the existing residents that are there. 150 trips a day on that stretch of road. Sounds like the desire is to have, obviously another entrance exit, but they'd still be utilizing the other one. And then you also talk about the hours of operation being Monday through Saturday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. That's 12 hours of traffic and noise. I'm really having a hard time getting behind that. I understand the idea of, letting them see if they meet the criteria that we've put forward to kind of make things happen, but I just don't know if I get behind the use of the area, the concept itself. So, I'm listening.
I'm not a big fan of this. I mean, I'm a big fan of, of ensuring that we have, a strong, healthy business economy, but at the same token, it's also got to work within the neighbors and the community. You kind of do some quick math and say, okay, 150 transits a day. That means it's, some like 12 an hour. That comes up to about 1 every 5 minutes, right?
So I just want to provide some clarity. We have done no traffic study. We've provided context to a peak trip. 150 trips could be a peak trip one time a year. So I just want to take that things aren't taken out of context from a concept phase when no traffic analysis has been done. We prefer our access. We're fine going through the existing mine. We don't need a secondary access. So again, from a concept level, I just want to provide context that we don't get hung up on something that we haven't had the opportunity to provide greater detail or more clarity on. And that's a reason for denial. We'd like to get to phase 2 and have an ability to determine if we want to proceed forward with it, to do that additional analysis and provide greater clarity. So some of the pieces are just conceptual in nature and not meant to be a hard, fast 150 trips per day, every day out of the year.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Then we've had a number of complaints from residents and documentation from residents complaining about trucks using jake braking and complaining about noise, people kind of stating their concerns about safety. And those are things that have been already documented and captured up here. That said, I think the concern here is that there's a general sense that there's an incompatibility with the neighbors and people living nearby that already exist today.
Just for context, with diesel regulations on commercial vehicles today, jake braking is not likely possible on the vehicles that are operating on the mine. They could be on grain vehicles, but out of the vehicles that MBE is operating with diesel regulations, DEF fuel requirements, it's not their trucks, Jake, breaking down 61. So again, just for additional context and not being able to provide that commentary as we go through this process, that's just where we're at. If the use is incompatible, we understand that from your perspective. Thank you.
But on the same sense, it might not always be your trucks.
That's correct. Jake breaking down 61, it could be a grain truck.
Can be a grain truck, I agree.
Likely not MBE's trucks, just with the.
You can have contract haulers that could be doing that, so, yeah.
So, but
Thank you.
Regardless, where I stand right now is that, there's enough concerns from residents, concerns about safety, concerns about traffic, safety on the roadway itself, just because of volume of traffic, speed of traffic, large vehicles coming down relatively from Minnesota steep grade, right? There's kind of this long list of things, potential impact of, just property values and adjacent because you're next to a mine, right? There's a lot of things that are very incompatible with what it is, even to some degree as a temporary use. That said, I'm also cognizant of the fact that this process will establish some facts, a matter of facts of whether or not things are resolvable or not, and make them black and white if they are resolvable. So in this case, I'll probably be, given that some colleagues may choose to vote no, I'll probably vote yes to move this forward, just to at least get the concept, the necessary votes to at least make it a more black or white decision.
Sorry, I just want to re-clarify the legal part. What does that CPU allow them to, that from years and years and years and years ago, allow them to do now? Like, this process gives us some more say and gives us some more formal. Is there a certain amount of things they could do without us saying anything?
Continue their operations like they have now.
So to me, this says we have a process where we can have a say, we can have this conversation. If we don't, then that stops. They, can keep their current operation. No positive impact comes for the neighbors. That's my perspective on this.
And I guess that's why I brought up that we do get complaints now. I mean, how we do get complaints now. And I mean, how many times Liz and Matt have had to go up to the site and look at things. I mean, this is not an uncommon place for us to get complaints. And so I do think, even though I agree with what Mike is saying, that, that we don't want to agree to, take away this conditional use permit without sort of negotiating something that's better. I would hope that if we were able to do something, we could get something better than what's there now. And if you can't, then, then it becomes a question of, maybe that becomes the reason why you don't do it. But I do think that it provides some opportunity for us to look at how can things improve where they're already at. The other thing I was going to mention is if you guys are moving towards denial, I would highly suggest that you table the action tonight and allow us to bring back a resolution that actually would list out reasons for denial, as opposed, because like Mike said, you'll have to go through and identify each one of you the reasons for denial. I think it would be a lot cleaner if we came back with a resolution that actually listed out those specific reasons for denial.
So are we legal to take a poll? How are you going to vote?
But I guess as I say that out loud, it's probably better for us to actually see it tabled and bring back options.
I'd agree with that.
Yep, to bring back an option of the existing resolution along with the the increased language in there that talks about saying that we want to see the county access permit prior to preliminary, but then have an alternative resolution that could be considered that actually has those listed out. So, because we shouldn't be taking polls before we actually take a vote.
Right, I didn't like that.
So this wouldn't table it for indefinitely. This would just table it only for 2 weeks.
We have
Yeah.
a limited amount of time, so
Put a February 7th meeting.
would bring it back February 7th meeting. Would that work? Yeah.
We have to,
Another-
because then we're past our,
Oh, we can extend it out, we can extend out a 60.
hey, approve
We can
it.
extend it out till April. But I think it's better that we try to deal with it sooner than later. So if there's uncertainty about what direction people are wanting to go, I would suggest we table it and bring back 2 options for resolutions.
Those, so the, sorry, trying to get my thoughts around it. I want to make a move to table this. Where is it here? 8F, adopt resolution 2022-5.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Gras, second by Councilmember Wong to table resolution 2022-5. And probably for legal terms to bring it back February 7th, or don't I have to say that?
I don't know, we probably.
Luke would always make me say a time if we,
So at this location, right?
It'll be this location.
At 7 o'clock.
okay.
Yep.
So to continue that we would bring it back to February 7th meeting right here at this facility at 7 o'clock again. All right. Questions by council? Nate, we call roll.
Councilmember Hatfield,
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard,
Yes.
Councilmember Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Grau,
Yes.
Mayor Winchell.
Yes. All right. Well, thanks. That was a good conversation.
Bye.
Real quick.
Yeah, because we got like 4 more items to cover, so.
All right, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break if we can. I know people are anxious and want to get going, but we've been here for a long time.
At least that's 5.
Still muted and not on video.
I know. I don't know if she's there. Taylor?
I think I would say if her video is off, she's not back.
I don't think she's there yet.
Dang it. Oh, nope, sure, she's back. You're back. Okay. All right. We're gonna go ahead and get going. I want to keep going. I know we got a lot going on. Sorry. We've been here since 5, so we needed to get up and move a little bit, but we're gonna move on to 8G, adopt resolution 2022-10, approving concept plan for 5 single-family lots on 6th Street and Maple Street.
Excuse me, Mayor and Councilmember, this item is coming back from the Planning Commission with a recommendation for approval of the concept plan. If you remember, a couple of years ago, we were presented to by the school district indicating that they had declared that the property in question here, which is behind the Carver Scott Co-op, which they owned, was a property that they deemed as excess property and were going to put it up for sale. At the time, the discussion included whether the city had interest in the property because it's sort of de facto served as sort of a, it isn't a city park, but it's acted as a park space for quite some time, with us putting playground equipment on there and maintaining the property. At the time, we were working with St. John's Elementary School to look at a more centralized neighborhood park. That's one that we have continued discussions with. It sort of died off a little bit during COVID, but it's picked up a little bit more now as we're coming out of COVID to match up more with what the downtown master plan was showing for ultimately where a neighborhood park would better serve the downtown area. Following that, the school district did put this property up for sale, and it was subsequently purchased by a developer who's now proposing development of single-family homes on this property. I'll turn it over to Liz, who will present what the proposed development is on the site and be able to answer any questions.
Matt, thank you, members of the council. Mayor, I'm gonna put this in full screen mode. So oh, I'm sorry. Let me put this on first. We have a concept plan in front of us this evening for the site formerly known as the Fireman's Park 2 site, which is located at 6th Street East and Maple Street within downtown Chaska. And these are for single family lots that are being proposed by landmark builders. So the site being looked at is highlighted in blue above. Again, this area is in downtown Chaska, more so kind of the northeast portion of downtown. Maple Street basically abuts the west and south sides of the property. Then you have 6th Street East on the north side, which ultimately turns into Beach Street. And again, today you can see the layout of how it was utilized before as a park space. Just to iterate the 3-step process, so we're at concept plan. So this is the first step out of 3. So if this moves forward, they would move on to preliminary and subsequently final. So Matt gave a pretty good background of kind of how the site came to be, but just to kind of comment on those pieces again. So the site was formerly owned by the school district, and they did list it for sale several years ago, back in roughly 2019. At that time, the city did have a first right of refusal agreement on the property. So it was formally discussed with the city and the park board at the time. I know they did discuss it at their March, April, and June 2019 meetings, where it was initially brought up to them in terms of it being for sale and whether or not they would pursue wanting to purchase it. And it was determined during those meetings and by June of 2019 that it was not a spot that they did want to pursue for a public park space. And as Matt mentioned, there's been other areas within downtown, specifically land owned by St. John's at 4th Street and Oak Street that's been more formally looked at potential park space. And because of that, we did not pursue the sale of the property of Fireman's Park 2. Shortly thereafter, the park sign was removed from the site so that there was no confusion moving forward that it was considered a park or a city park. And within our comprehensive plan and our downtown master plan, that is consistent with how this area has been treated. So it hasn't been formally looked at or seen as a public park space. Both our comp plan has guided a park search area within downtown on the east side. Again, more so where the St. John's property is located, as that is more centralized. And then as well as with our downtown master plan, it also called out the St. John's property to be that future park space. So it was never intended that the Fireman's Park 2 area would be looked at for that future park space. And lastly, this area is guided and zoned to be medium density residential. So the zoning is currently in place for the type of proposal this evening. So what they're requesting is approval or concept plan approval of 5 single family lots. The developer did hold a neighborhood meeting on December 17th of 2021. They did have a couple people show up to that meeting and have some concerns and questions related to building height, construction traffic, the type of homes being proposed, playground removal, and the plan relating to the existing power lines that are there. In terms of existing conditions of the site, it's approximately 1 acre in size. There's a existing playground equipment there, as well as some trees that kind of flank the property on the edges. So what they're proposing is to split that 1 acre parcel into 5 separate single family lots, which would meet the current zoning out there, which is R2, also known as medium density residential. So the R2 standards are planned to be met. These lots would front onto Maple Street, so the driveways would essentially come off front loaded onto Maple Street, as opposed to other homes within downtown who access off of alleyways. This one would be front loaded. One of the kind of unique pieces here is that Maple Street does run along kind of a clipped portion of the southwest portion of the property. So there will be some right-of-way acquisition needs as they move forward in the process. So they're accounting for that in some sense with how Lot 5 is being laid out, but there will be some acquisition that needs to occur on that southwest side.
So help me understand, who's getting the right of way? It's a city road.
We would be getting the right of way. So we would expand our right of way to encompass the Maple Street and sidewalk system if it's planned there.
We're not buying anything, you mean?
I don't think that's been fully determined yet in terms of how that all works.
I mean, because I guess I wouldn't support it if we had to buy part of that to make this.
Well, this is probably a better question for Matt Clark, but I think what Liz is referring to is that has not been reconstructed in there yet. And does the current right-of-way match what we need for reconstruction in there?
Like the whole
Keep in
road.
mind, it was never our property.
Yeah, it's a good question, Mr. Mayor. The old plats of downtown Chaska included this parcel as one. It's something that we've worked with the developer on. They're aware of it. We've actually shared with them kind of our conceptual layouts for streets that are being, how street construction would be proposed along here. Kind of what they're showing generally, is kind of what you would see for the final footprint. I think the real question is, do they have 4 lots or are there 5? And that's just something we'd have to work through the process with them as we get a little bit closer with the plans.
The more simplified concept plan, if we need to refer back to it, just to show kind of those lines. So there's a couple things that they need to work on as they move on to preliminary. They need to identify the easements that are encumbering the property, as well as the needed that the city would need for street. So they'll continue to work with staff on that, as well as understand the flood zone regulations that may apply for this type of construction where they land. So with that, we are asking you to make a motion this evening to adopt resolution number 2022-10, which is approving the concept plan for 5 single-family lots on 6th Street East and Maple Street, and then based on the conditions that are listed within that document. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we do have the developer in the audience if you have questions for them.
So at preliminary, we will have a much better understanding of water mitigation there. So for background, that was my childhood park. I don't care who technically owned it. The perception was it was the city's. And so I know it very well. Spent hours and hours and hours and hours of my life there. That like floods, you could swim in it right there. So I made a great ice rink. So I guess for concept, that's really important, is how that water mitigation is going to be handled there. I know there was some talk of in the grading there that's steep. You guys haven't seen the site. There's like a steep hill up to where the rest of beach is. And I guess I want to understand the grading there so that the houses don't look down at the houses across the street and water doesn't flow. That's a concern there. I never pictured, I think 5 houses there is a stretch. I think 4 houses makes more sense. There's also a humongous power line that I don't think is going anywhere. It was just put in the last 10 years. So I think that's all important stuff that I don't see in concept. I really need to see in preliminary. I'm also a little concerned with the language about how, I guess it does kind of say it in here, but how these houses really need to match. There's no other houses anywhere that side of downtown, maybe one, that would go for in the 500,000s. So I just think it's really important that those houses match. There are new houses there. There's 4 new houses up 6th. So it's not undoable, but with the diversity of downtown homes, you put 4 or 5 $500,000 houses right there. It's going to look so weird. There'll be no comparables when selling. I just have really big concerns about that. This is probably a question for the developer as to what the square footage of the houses was planned to be. Those are small lots for the price that is.
2100.
21. Okay, I must have missed that. So yeah, I think I just listed a whole bunch of things, and the planning commission did a good job of covering them, but I think houses there make sense. I have concerns about how many houses are going in there. I have concerns about the grading, what the water is going to do, and then how are these houses going to match the houses around it.
Correction, because I don't want to be wrong. Looking at what was provided, there's floor plan 1 and floor plan 2. Floor plan 1, and again, the developer can correct me if I'm wrong, is just over 2,700 square feet, and floor plan 2 is actually just over 3,200 square feet. All 3 car garages.
I don't know how you'd put 3 car garages there unless they're tandem garages with houses that large. And I, again, think it would look, some of the newer houses up 6th have 3 car garages, but I think they're all tandem. I think 3 car garages across from those houses will look really weird and doesn't really fit with our downtown.
In all honesty, I have not driven by this space. I'm going to ask this question, and I can't tell from an aerial. The houses on the, I guess it'd be the backyards, are those 2 stories, ramblers, like what is do we know? I'm curious.
Houses that are in the back, like will be in the backyards of these, are up a hill.
Some are tucked under garage types styles. They're all small. There's on the top, on the corner is a 2-story.
Again, that's the same. I asked those questions because I have the similar concerns of trying to match the feel of that area.
You're not going to match the houses that are up on the hill you're not going to match it with what's being proposed here. I think the more important thing, since those are literally up a hill, you can barely see them really with the trees if they're going to be kept there. I think it's more important to match, and not match, but just complement the 4 houses that are going to be across the street, because it will be a stark, you will get to that road and be like, what happened? What happened here? There are beautiful historic or older homes on the one side, and then you would just have new, which is going to happen. I understand that. I just think it's important to make it make sense there.
You do have those new ones on.
One's up 6. I think they're kind of tucked away, so.
No, they come down. They'll some of them.
So I think but if you are just looking at Maple there, you're going to see the 4 houses across the street.
I mean, and to your point, it's like if you're walking down that particular street, it'd be a stark contrast of like, these 4 homes are going to be in one period and these other 4 homes a completely different time period. I mean, it's like. It's
going to be unavoidable. I just think when I hear $500,000 houses are going to sit there, I'm like, how on a 60-foot lot? And I understand that materials are more expensive now, but just there's no way in my mind that could look fitting. So,
I think the floor plans, I mean, I didn't really see like a good exterior elevation that kind of give me a sense of like what's going to look like. But that said, I mean, I think that it is important to have some kind of continuity within the neighborhood too. So that way, the neighborhood still feels kind of cohesive, right? I mean, regardless of how it look, it's one of those things. I mean, I think it's fair to say, okay, if you do like, 3-car garages tandem or something, so that way, that's what buyers want, right? I think that's fair. That's, reasonable to try to be selling to the market. But, certainly from an exterior perspective, at least try to be respectful of the existing neighborhood so it feels like it's thought through together.
I think 60-foot lots, when you think about a 60-foot lot, putting a large house on it, I mean, my house is on a 60-foot lot and I can see into my neighbor's window just fine. And I have a 1,000-some square foot house, so. Okay, this is not a part of this concept plan, but I'm just gonna say it. I think that park, it's really important. This is completely separate from approving this concept plan. But that it's really important that we find somewhere for that park. I know that you say you're working on it. I think the perception was that it was a city park, so nobody really cares who technically owned it. And I think that there were, those neighborhoods, both on the east and the west side of downtown, are turning over quickly into very, very young families. And to say, your only park option is St. John's when they're not using it. And St. John's has been wonderful at sharing their park. But I think, I would like to put it on record saying that we really, really need to figure that out. And I know the park board is busy, but that we need to figure that out. So.
And I think that's a really good point, is that the whole concept with St. John's wasn't just to go and just use the park property that they have. The whole concept was, how do you potentially make it bigger than they would make it? And then go in and have the city actually invest dollars into actually making it a sort of like we've done in Clover Ridge or, McKnight Park, or those places where we've shared playground equipment with schools. Is typically you've had some that serve just the school and some that serve the neighborhood. It's more, how do you sort of use the land together and then make it something bigger than what it would have been?
And I mean, I don't have any problem with that idea. I think it is more central over there. Fireman's 2 is always a little more tucked away. But I do think it's important to make sure that no matter time of day, in daylight hours, that families can play at that park, and that we get it going at some point.
Would it be possible? I'm just thinking real quick. Okay, so I'll just back up on my question. I'll wait till you're done.
I'm done.
Okay. I do think the 4 versus a 5 is an interesting question, because as it's presented here, that 5th lot gets set back even further, and then it doesn't line up with the other houses, which concerns me because now you got a little bit of a flow. So my question was like, I don't know what you would put on that other lot. Maybe a playground. I don't know. That 5th lot, because I don't know how that works.
Make the lots bigger so they made more sense, especially if you're putting that large of homes on them.
So you're even thinking out loud a little bit of like, is it 4? Maybe it's less than 4 and it's just a bigger space.
I mean, I always thought 3 to 4 made the most sense. Looking across the street to match, it'd be 4. There's 4 that'll be across from it where you'll see.
Yeah, I think that's a good, I appreciate your clarity on that, because when I first just looked at the sketch, I was like, oh, it lines up with the houses, but you're right, there really isn't a good comparison. I'm looking at the Google view now, the street view, there isn't really a good comparison of the houses on top. It is more across what's across the street kind of feel. So I appreciate that. So.
And it kind of sits like there's a steep hill here. There's a little bit of a hill on what is the north side. It's smaller than the other, but we still sledded on it. So it's still, I mean, there's an interesting grading there. So if you increase the grading too much, then those houses kind of will almost have the potential to look down. I don't think that's going to be what's happened, but it's hard to tell from this. But that would then cause more concern in my mind if we're going to have houses kind of sitting up that right across from others where there's already a water problem.
None of them have basements, right?
And
Read that?
Yeah.
Right now, they're not pursuing basements.
I would agree that's I will just tell you that that was my elementary play area and middle school. So, been around a while.
Yep, I've caught crawfish in there and all sorts of things. Probably more than my mom would like to know about all the wandering we did in that creek, but.
Anyone else have any?
I echo the comments. I'm staring at that gigantic electrical pole as well and wondering how that gets put into a housing concept. Clearly someone planted some new trees there, which look nice. I think, those have to get redesigned too, but that is one gigantic electrical pole.
I don't think that can go anywhere. I think it's a transmission pole. I mean, they literally just put those poles in the last 10 years, maybe 5. I can't remember. Yeah.
I think it was 2009 or so when they went in.
Time
2010.
it was,
yeah.
Feels like in my memory. Right. Yeah. So, I mean, that pole, it's a huge pole. It's not going anywhere. Yeah.
I mean, those lots probably aren't worth what it'll cost to move that. In all likelihood.
Like I said, I'm fine with houses there. I think houses there make sense. I think there's for sure one too many. And I think it's really important that they fit in. Obviously, they're going to be newer, but that they make sense there, I think is really important. But I think that's all outlined. I think the Planning Commission did a good job outlining that. So.
All right, thoughts? Anything? Developer, did you want to say anything? I don't know where you are.
Yes, hi, my name is Eugene. As far as the 3-car garage, it's going to be deep garage. Right, yep. And the houses are going to be 2-story. We're not sure exactly if it's going to be 2,700 square feet, but it's going to be at least 2,000 square feet. Right. And we're going to find out that on the next step.
Those drawings will be, I appreciate that. I think those will be really important to see with the next step.
Lot 5, we could rotate it, and that's the plan right now, is to rotate it so it's not going to be pushed back more. But I'm not going to know that until after the concept plan and then the next step.
I think it'd be hard to even that way. I mean, obviously you're going to go forward with what you want, but I think putting 5 houses there seems really hard to me. But I think that'll become clear in the next plan, so.
When you say rotate it, it would then have access off. I don't know how to explain- It'd have a different access off. The road. Yeah.
And load or something.
Yeah.
Exactly. Right.
Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't think so. Thank you. And again, this isn't a public hearing, but I think there's a few residents here. If there's somebody that wanted to speak, again, I'm going to one or two, as this is a concept plan where, again, I think you've heard it from earlier conversations that this is where we see if it's feasible to move on to phase 2. So if there's someone that wanted to speak, I'll allow if someone is interested.
Yeah, my name's Martin Douglas. I live at 519 North Maple. I guess my main concern is it seems like you guys don't really see much concern in losing a park. And I know you guys say that it was the school district's property, but it seemed like it was maintained by the city. Playground equipment was put in by the city. It's actually, if you go on to the Park and Recreation's website, that park is on there. So that's telling me and my neighbors that the city has involvement in that park. And we don't understand why we never really got an opportunity to state our concerns when the school district decided to sell the property. And it's just a big concern of mine because I have kids who've been using that park. I have a younger child who uses that park, playground equipment. And to see it just go away, I mean, you guys put in allowed the electrical lines to go through and tore down a bunch of old growth trees. And now you're saying that you guys don't even have control over the park itself. And you're saying that the school district owned it. And to me, it just doesn't seem fair to us. And we just feel like we've been neglected and not really been able to, tell us how we feel about this. The other thing is, talking with St. John's, is that going to be a cooperative between the city and St. John's where they still own the property, but you guys get to put a park there? What if St. John says, oh, we want to sell that property? You're going to be in the same situation and you won't have a park. So that's just the way I feel about that whole situation with losing the park, especially with a younger child that I have.
We take a lot of pride in our parks, and we talk a lot about parks, but we talked about that when the school decided to sell it, because it wasn't our land. Right. But we had an agreement with them to put that playground equipment there. We've had it as a skating rink for a long time, but we never owned it. And when the school decided to sell it, we looked at it, was what we'd have to pay for the land worth keeping the park there? And that's when we talked about, is it better because there's a bigger area to the south that doesn't have a park either? Are we better to make a bigger one and utilize that? I mean, we had these discussions and the park board looked at it, and that's where it was determined. That's where, if you were in the original presentation, we talked about we had the first right of refusal. So we had the first option to look at that property if they had a buyer. And the park commission, we all looked at it, and that's when we decided, or it was decided that that it's probably better suited if it was a little further to the south than there. And that's when we've worked with St. John's. I don't see St. John's selling that land. I mean, anything can happen, but they have been working hard to attain that property for their play area for their kids. And unless that building completely closed up and went away, I'm not seeing that happen. And that's what the administrator talked about, that we've cooperatively been working with St. John's to maybe enhance their park, us putting equipment there, and then making it a park that could be used by all. So we do take a lot of pride in parks, and we didn't just do that haphazardly. But when we don't own the property, and then when we look at that, we'd have to buy the property, and then it's a bigger property than we need, then what do we do with it? So there was a lot of consideration put into it, and it was best decided to go this way.
The other concern I have is with putting in these houses, and that the road there, those roads in that area are going to be reconstructed. The concern is, are they going to put the houses in before they do the road, or are they going to do the road and then put the houses in?
Well, but I would say they'd be coordinated, because we're looking at doing that project this year. Right. So that would all be, I mean, let's put it this way, we wouldn't put the roads in and then the houses would come in and we'd have to tear it all up. This project would, I mean, I haven't even talked to the engineer. He might be shaking his head, but this will all be worked together as one project. I just can't see it being done any other way. I hope I'm not he's nodding his head. Yes, in agreement. So
in fact, we had a meeting with the developer on that exact topic very recently.
And just because we knew that that's in our plans, that's the first thing we want to share with them, is that, hey, this is going to happen. You know, and now that's curb, gutter, sidewalks.
Not having construction traffic twice, basically.
Right.
So good question, and it's a good question to flesh out, because we want to coordinate that so you're not having to live through the street or the house first and have two sets of constructions.
Also, you know, with them putting in the houses, you know, the construction equipment that they're going to use, we don't want it to tear up a brand new road either.
Right. Yep. Absolutely. We don't want it either. So
the thing I think is a really fair concern this gentleman brings up is, you know, this notion of, well, if we're working with St. John's and we put park equipment there, and then all of a sudden someday they sell it. I think the difference with this would be is that, well, first of all, we wouldn't put anything out there unless we had an agreement with them to be able to determine what the long-term use of it was. The Fireman's Park 2 of the school district was more of sort of a handshake, sort of like, you guys can use it as long as we're not using it, but as soon as we want to use it for something else, we're going to. If we're going to do something as far as investing dollars into a new community park or a neighborhood park in downtown, you know, that's going to be part of the whole program, is that we're going to have to make sure that we do have the ability to make sure that we can maintain that long term. Because quite frankly, if we would have had if our downtown master plan would have identified Fireman's Park 2 as being the neighborhood park for downtown, we would have bought it as part of the first right of refusal. But the downtown master plan really said, you know, that serves that part of downtown really well, but it just doesn't serve the rest of that east side of downtown as well, because it's just so tucked up in that corner.
The other thing is there's other parks out there, like Hickory Park. That's right at the end. It only services a few houses up.
It's exactly the same thing. So our downtown master plan identified that we didn't have adequate facilities on both the east and west side of downtown. So we've looked at different options of potentially working with Guardian Angels over on this side or some other property. But Hickory Park was put in at the time as more of a response to people over here having to cross what used to be 212 to get over to this side of the road, and feeling that it just wasn't safe. And so that was a sort of a temporary location where we actually controlled the property. But I think the same situation exists on both east and west side of downtowns. When the downtown was developed, it was not common practice in city planning to put a park in. The park that was platted for downtown was City Square Park.
Or Fireman's Park.
Or Fireman's Park, but it's
after 50s.
Yeah. Well, this is a great park. The only issue is parking. especially during when they're busy with the curling and the restaurant. And then trying to cross 41 is very dangerous, extremely dangerous.
One positive thing is that when 41 gets constructed, there will be a tunnel put underneath the highway.
And then coming this way across 61.
Yeah. The tunnel, so it connects up with this stoplight crosswalk here.
I mean, we've been working and looking at all those same things. There'll be a better crossing over here, but we got to wait till 41 is reconstructed before that happens.
Great. So for your time, appreciate it.
Fireman's 2 has moved. Fireman's 2 used to be at Beach and Second, and then the courthouse took it over. So moving it to that high school lot again was that same temporary, so that there was a park there. Again, it was set up temporary, knowing that that wasn't our property, but it was a property that a park could go into to keep a park in that area.
Yeah.
So parks have been thought about a lot, and like Matt says, we've been challenged with where is that spot in downtown to do that. It's hard. There's no land. So when we have the ability, like that opened up where that park is in St. John's, was all houses. 20 years ago, there were houses off both sides. So things are opening up, and we're going to take advantage where we can. Yep.
I'm Brad Hedman from 520 East 5th Street, Chaska. So I'd be diagonal across from the park. Just wanted to find out if there was any testing done on the property there, because that used to be a clay mine. Well, East Creek was actually dug for that clay mine.
They would do that in probably this phase if it moves forward.
You have to build that up quite a bit.
It has to be built to meet what the water regulations and what they'll have to do.
Next project with 5th Street, there's literal tunnels underneath there, tunnels. I mean, I can sit there and chop ice and it's just hollow underneath that road. They're gonna have a lot of work there. And for getting gas, water, electric to those new houses ain't gonna be fun. I'll guarantee you that.
Okay. No, they'll have to do that. They'll have to do that as part of their project. All right. Okay, last one.
Darren Thomas, 531 East 6th Street. So I'm up on the hill looking down to the park, and we moved there because of that quiet open space. We've loved it, and I'm just sad the city's missed the opportunity, especially thinking that the warehouses down 6th Street are also zoned residential. So I'm really concerned with what the neighborhood's going to be like in 5 years. I don't know when those warehouses will be sold, but when they do, that street will be completely different. It is underwater. I'm not sure if I would buy a house built on that land. And that's something for the builder. I'm just sad that the city zoned it residential. I feel like y'all missed an opportunity to serve that part of the town. But thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks. One last word. Then I'm done. Or we're done.
My name is Lynn Moneyvan. I live on 525 East 6th Street. I actually am a caretaker on my parents' property. So I know the courthouse is right there, and I would love if you guys actually maybe took your lunch breaks and drove around there, actually look at the roads, how big they are, because there is actually a section of the road that goes around Auburn Manor. So to get out of that neighborhood, you have to go around Auburn Manor. If you build residential that the warehouse is on, all that is going to be traffic. Plus you're going to have 4 houses there. That's going to be traffic. That horseshoe of that picture that you showed of the houses, that is a very small area for building 5 houses and all that traffic in that small area.
Yeah, I think that'll be something we have to address at the time. I'm really there, so there's probably only a couple people in this room that know that better than me, but I think that's something we have to address then. It'll absolutely be something we have to look at. I think it'll be interesting whatever happens along there, because it backs up to a very, very, very busy road. But I think that's something I literally grew up there.
Drive it all the time.
Yeah.
Drove through there just on Sunday.
Okay. All right. Thoughts here?
So it'll be interesting to see this one come back. There's going to be definitely some alterations and changes need to be made to this to make it work. So, I mean, I think that right now concept, again, this is three-phase, you know, it's concept.
Concept.
It's kind of think of it as like, this is the rough sketch, right? So there's going to be a bunch of changes before it'll go to the next phase. So this is a good distance away from final.
Yeah, and just for me to comment how I differentiate my decision on this versus the previous one is like, I can see houses here. I hear about the park. I hear about those concerns. I appreciate that. You know, so like to me, you know, it's worth giving the developer the opportunity to fix. I think he's heard, you know, the gentleman's heard us talk about the number of houses, the size of the houses, the feel of the houses, the water. Yep, I can see how that could be an issue. So, you know, to me, but you know, in general, you can certainly see how it makes sense to put houses here as a concept plan. So that's just me maybe speaking out loud of how I rationalize those decisions in my head a little bit. But, you know, I think it's a good concept to continue the conversation, and we'll see where the preliminary, and I appreciate all of you for sticking with us till 10:30 at this point. So I appreciate your time.
Yeah, also.
Too is with all those extra houses in the rain where that is a flood area.
Yep, and that's like I said, that all comes important in the preliminary, right? Yep, hear you. No.
When the roads get rebuilt, there'll be storm sewer. All that'll go into storm sewer. Even without the houses, it'll be all new storm sewer. The drainage will all have to go into the creek.
Water shoots up this high, we would get a 3-4 inch rain.
Yeah. The brand new storm sewer, like the engineering, you know, and I think our city engineer could probably talk to that. You know, that's going to be completely different. So, I mean, I expect that that'll be all taken care of. But that's also what 100-year-old storm sewer that's in there now, right? So,
Not any sewer right over there.
No,
There's not sewer right over
there. Talking about they put in while I was there.
oh, that's going to have to be addressed. I mean, that's.
They're going to have to raise that road at least.
Well, that's an engineering problem that our city engineer is gonna have to take care of. So,
Yeah, I think that there's, you know, between the downtown reconstruction, street reconstruction, we'll see more there. I think for preliminary, there's a lot of grading and water mitigation, and I think we've been pretty clear on what we need to see for that to make sense. If it gets to preliminary and it doesn't make sense, I mean, like I said, I literally grew up in that park, so I know it very well. I mean, I will not hesitate to be very clear if it doesn't meet what's going to fit there. I am a downtown person my entire life. I grew up next to Brad. So I can say that very clearly. I will have zero problem shooting down something that doesn't make sense there, and I care about it just as much as you guys do. As far as the park, I think it is such a blocked in area. I hated to see it go too. I hated it. I think it unfortunately does make sense somewhere else because it's just not super safe to go through the co-op parking lot, and with Auburn Manor at the back and the East Creek there, it's just sort of a locked area. So as much as I love that park and the quietness too, it doesn't make sense there for the whole side of downtown Chaska. So, but I think we've been very clear with the developer, and he's been here to listen on what we need to see in preliminary. So I'm comfortable with saying that houses make sense there.
I will add my comments. I am still here. And I am listening. I don't have much to say. I feel like all the other council members have addressed all of the concerns. I completed many photo assignments down at that park, being a student at the co-op for a few years there. So it does have nostalgic memories, but in regards to maybe a better park location, I think it's important to really have that established. I think the one thing I just want to comment personally on, I think Councilmember Hatfield has done a great job of addressing all the concerns that I had, but I think when the developer had talked about rotating the fifth lot. I not 100% on board with something like that. I don't know if this is the right time. I mean, I have to wait and see, but when you have the idea of someone's backyard facing someone else's house, I've seen that. It's awkward. And I just kind of want to put that on record right now that I'm not a fan of seeing things like that, just things crammed up against one another like that. So I just wanted to kind of notate that. Otherwise, everything else has been addressed.
Is there somebody who wants to make a motion one way or another?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. Let me just pull it up real quick. So I'll make a motion
to adopt resolution 2022-10, approving concept plan.
So moved.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Wong.
Second.
Second by Councilmember McGraw. Again, 2022-10, approving concept plan for 5 single-family lots on 6th Street and Maple Street. Discussion. Seeing and hearing none. Nate, will you call roll?
For Hatfield.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Grau.
Yes.
Mayor Winchell.
Yes. All right. Thank you all for being here. All right. 8H, adopt resolution 2022-11, approving preliminary site and building plan for 212 Medical Center.
Here, Councilor, this item is also coming back to you from the Planning Commission with a recommendation for approval. This is for adding a 5th story on the existing south building of the 212 Medical Center. This is one that is in the preliminary stage now because a concept plan approval for a 6-story building was done when the building was originally planned for back in 2009. At that time, there was a 6-story building approved, but the first 4 stories were the only ones that got built at the time. So Ridgeview is coming in at this point with the request to put on the 5th story of that building, and I'll turn it over to Liz to go through it.
Thank you, members of the council and Mr. Mayor. We have a preliminary site and building plan application before us this evening for 212 Medical Center, being proposed by Ridgeview Medical Center. The site is located in the yellow highlighted area on this aerial. It is on the southeast quadrant of Highway 41 and Hunter Mark Road. Highway 212 also abuts it on its southern edge. And then there's the Super America gas station to the north, as well as some residential on the east and west sides. So we're at the second step in the process, preliminary plan. They'll have to come back for final as they move forward. As Matt mentioned, this property dates back to 2005 when it was officially rezoned to the planned commercial district number 13. But it was in January of 2009 when the concept plan, the preliminary and final plats, preliminary and final site and building plans, and the rezoning were approved for 212 Medical Center. This is when the property was guided and approved for just a medical center building, which also showed the full build out of the building being 6 stories tall. After those approvals in 2009, they moved forward with their first phase of construction, 4 stories and 159 square footage of building space. Then they came back in 2012 for a preliminary and final plat and preliminary and final site and building plans to add a north addition onto the existing building. And that totaled 3 stories and approximately 64,000 square feet. At that time, there was a condition of approval that was put in place that all subsequent additions on the building would have to go through site plan approval process, so preliminary site and building plan process, which was primarily put in place so that parking could be reviewed at each phase in the construction. They did conduct a neighborhood meeting on January 6th of this year, and a couple people showed up for that and expressed some concerns with traffic, lighting, future plans, and parking. So the current request we're looking at this evening is for preliminary site and building plan for a building addition that would total 38,867 square feet. And that would be a 5th story added onto the southern portion of the building. This exhibit is showing kind of the existing layout of the site today. So the site total is approximately 14 acres in size. It is composed of 2 separate lots, one that encompasses the original southerly building, and then another lot which encompasses the northerly addition 12. The existing building totals 223,000 square feet approximately. So again, 4 stories on the south side, 3 stories on the north side. And then they have a surface parking lot, which basically wraps around the entire building, which totals 748 stalls. In those initial approvals of the site and what was planned out here, there was significant landscaping and berming done on the easterly edge. And this was done primarily to help sustain the use of residential to the east. So in terms of what's being proposed, with the 38,000 square foot addition being added on, it would bring the building square footage up to 262,000 square feet in size. If we applied our parking code requirement for medical use strictly to the medical use of this building, it would require 1,048 stalls. And as that compares to what is existing and what's being shown, again, they have 748 existing stalls. They do show 98 proof of parking surface stalls, which would bring them up to 846 total stalls for the site. But to fully encompass the proof of parking requirement for the intense use of the parking code requirement, they did show a concept for a parking ramp, which would incorporate 551 proof of parking stalls, which would then bring the site to a total of 1,171 parking stalls. And this was purely done to show that from a proof of parking standpoint, they can park the site appropriately with what's out there. And it's also important to mention that although they are putting a 5th story on, there's still subsequent additions that will be added to the building, as the original intention has always been that this will be a 6-story building. So with the full build out, they have provided a conceptual master plan of kind of what that would look like or be in terms of square footage. So from a full build out standpoint, with all 6 floors added on both the north and south sides of the building, that would bring them up to a total of 365,000 square feet of medical space. And then they also showed, again, the conceptual drawings of the parking ramp. Again, we're not approving this with this request this evening. This is purely meant to show that the proof of parking can be accommodated in a parking structure on the site. So they'll have to come in for subsequent approvals when they do pursue the parking ramp to get the appropriate approvals done with that, which involves a CUP. Related to the parking, they did do a parking analysis with this proposal being proposed. So they did that parking study back in September of 2021, which was included as a supplement in your packet. So they looked at a 3-day period of ingress and egress through the site. They did counts in 15-minute intervals. And from those counts, they identified a max parking demand at 432 stalls being utilized at one given time of the site, which happened in the later morning of Thursday, September 23rd. So when you take how many stalls were utilized compared with how many are provided on site, that calculated to a ratio of 1.93 parked vehicles per 1,000 square foot of building space. So when you take that ratio with the anticipation of the 5th floor addition, which totals 262,000 square foot of building space, then it equates to a need of 507 vehicles is what they anticipate with that addition. But they also account for space that is vacant currently, so they have added on an additional 10% influx to that to account for that. So that brought it up to a demand of 564 parking stalls based on the 5th floor addition. So again, getting back to the existing parking count today, they have 748 stalls, which is 184 more than what their demand or parking analysis has identified. So again, that's a 32% surplus to what exists today. So they are not planning to add any additional stalls with this 5th floor addition. They still have parking layouts that show that they can add surface parking stalls if needed, as well as a parking ramp if they pursue that. But again, they'll have to come through those subsequent planning processes to pursue that parking ramp. And any additional addition past this 5th floor addition will require them to come through Planning Commission and City Council, much like what we're doing tonight. So there's always going to be stake in the game here in terms of reviewing the parking and making sure it's adequate or when the time would be to implement more. The renderings of the 5th floor addition are shown in multiple views here, just to give you a feel of what that would look like. I would say the one exception with this new addition is they will be providing more glass or more glazing on that 5th floor addition. So it would help kind of break up the massing of the building, which was a comment during their last approval process, was how that could be achieved effectively. And I think with the addition of more glass, it definitely helps lighten up the building appropriately. Just a couple other elevation drawings if we need to refer back to them. In conclusion, we are asking you to make a motion this evening to adopt resolution number 2022-11, which is approving the preliminary site and building plan for the 212 Medical Center, and then based on the conditions that are listed in that resolution. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we do have the development team here as well if you have questions for them.
All right, questions, comments, concerns?
There are advantages going this late because we've all talked out at this point.
I was gonna say, what happened to everybody? Did everybody leave?
Oh, you can give others a chance first.
Well, my one question, maybe this is was what was planned for this floor? What was?
A better applicant question.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mayor Winchell, City Council members, my name is Paul Ham with Ridgeview, 500 South Maple Street in Waconia. First of all, I just want to say thanks for the time tonight. So back in 2009, when we started this project, we certainly enjoyed a 12+ year relationship with the city of Chaska that I think is very strong and very excited about the growth in the community. And that's really the big driver behind adding this 5th floor, is really expanding our clinical and surgical spaces inside that building, moving some tenants around as well to continue to meet the growing demand for healthcare services in the community. Does that help to answer the question?
Yes.
Only comment I had is that I've appreciated this site and organization and the services that they provide being in the city. I think it's, helps build a stronger community when you have high class medical facilities, particularly when you have young families and things come always at weird times. And so I know currently right now that's not 24-hour urgent care because of the COVID pandemic and strains, but I'll be honest, it's been rest assuring as a parent, knowing that, we actually, this pre-COVID, had a moment when my son woke up and couldn't breathe, and it was like early in the COVID stage and there's panic mode, right? And he had croup, which also is not great when you're a kid, but we brought him there, and it's a short drive, and it's just something that when you're looking at building and living in a community, having a facility like this and continued growth is a value to the community.
So I'm the council member that, like Councilmember Hatfield was the closest to the last item. I can actually walk out my front door and see your building right in front of my house. So, our neighborhood has had a very much of a love-hate relationship with this particular facility. I was there back in 2008, and I think our architect, Mr. Farr here, probably remembers me actually having very vocal conversations with about this project right from the very beginning. There's an undisputable value that Ridgeview brings to the community. The medical services are phenomenal. The quality of the medical attention provided there and the services, obviously we've taken advantage of them too as residents in the community, and found great value in them, as many of our friends and neighbors have as well. But there is a challenge, the fact that we have a high, effectively a very kind of an urban building that's situated adjacent to a residential community. And that presents a number of challenges. And some of our neighbors, I think, after, we're kind of wedged in between, and this was not choice of our own here. We were kind of had we were originally, hey, we're close to Target. We have the high school nearby. And then we were, at the time when we had all moved in, we thought, oh, it's just gonna be like a small strip mall or something, because that's what the plan was at the time. Then Ridgeview comes along. And at that point, Ridgeview came along and brought the emergency room with the 4-floor medical center. The plan was for 6 floors, which is still the concept plan that's approved there for the ultimate build out. And with a helicopter pad, with the ambulance bays and all that, possible expansion of the imaging centers and ER as well. That said, I think that for a lot of the neighbors who, especially the ones who face it, who I think with the exception of 2 of them, all of them are still the same ones that are, back up to it. I think the biggest concerns for them is certainly the light that comes from there, because, especially when during the wintertime, this time of year, there's not a lot of shielding from the light, not just from the building, but from the traffic that comes by there. And I remember that one of the concerns that was even after the construction was that the crowning of the parking lot basically gave headlights right into the living rooms, a lot of those homeowners. And that was kind of a challenging one to address because of the topography. And of course, more traffic isn't really going to help them. It's just going to hurt them more. I know that a couple of them, came to the meeting and expressed their concerns. But I wanted to share that because those are, things that, after years of, these conversations, the feeling they're kind of on the losing end of it, I think a lot of them just kind of lost hope at this point, and which is sad because I feel for them. And, as a neighbor and as someone who represents our community and council, it's like, man, it kind of stinks when you have someone like Ridgeview's coming in, trying to offer a good service, but also feeling like we're kind of getting hosed because we're paying the price for the service or we're not getting a say, because no matter what we do, they're just going to keep building. And I think that's the way that some of the neighbors feel, right? So I have this, like I said, it's very this kind of mixed feeling about it because, there's that. And then there's what impacts a greater number of people, everyone else who lives in the back part of our neighborhood, which is just the practical piece of that traffic, right? Because before Ridgeview, we knew that there was going to be there was a signal in at 41 and 100 mark. We knew traffic was going to get pretty rough there. Ridgeview added to that, certainly the high school traffic at 3 p.m. go there between, anytime between 2:30 and 3:15. We all know it's kind of a parking lot there, backs all the way up to the high school. A lot of that traffic is peak traffic driven by the school. And of course, by the time you add the target traffic, it's no better. And of course, now adding more to that doesn't make it better. I mean, it's not going to help the traffic situation at the most, which is already untenable going either direction at 3-something in the afternoon on a weekday during the school year. You know, I mean, that's kind of a reality, and that's something that we'll have to, you know, address and figure out together, because I think the reality is that, you know, you're not going to make the high school go away. You're not going to go away. It's how do you make this work? That's something that we'll have to figure out. But, you know, like I said, it's a very much a mixed bag from as immediate neighbors, because, you know, there's, you know, those are some practical things we have to live with. But that said, you know, I understand the value to the overall community of the medical care, the fact that's an ER that's in that triangle where there otherwise wouldn't be. So, you know, I'm realistic to the fact that there's, along with the bad, there are good things that come along with this. And, you know, there's services and other medical providers who are in that facility as well. So with that, like I said, you know, I have a very long history with Ridgeview and your organization. And yeah, I don't believe you're like building this to anger my neighbors. You know, you're trying to bring some good things to the community. But like I said, it's probably as people who live in this neighborhood, probably wasn't the best place to build this facility from our perspective, but we don't necessarily feel that you're necessarily a bad organization trying to do something wrong here. It's like, you know, you're trying to build out to do what's right for, you know, your organization and the community. So
I know you feel that way, but it's an ideal location on the intersection of 2 state highways, you know, so I get it.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we build things before major highways go in, and you look back later on and say, maybe we shouldn't have put houses there.
Maybe the neighborhood shouldn't have been there. Yeah. And I mean, it's like, but you know, to have them, I don't know if we thought it was a good idea to have commercial and a neighborhood right next to each other too. That's a different story. Yeah. But we're kind of stuck out. Yep. But that's why we should always make sure we're not making the same mistakes moving forward. But that said, you know, I think we've got some issues. We do have some things to address. And I think that the biggest 2 issues are by far traffic, you know, is the big one. I think because everyone who works and goes there and ambulances going in and out is like, it's a challenge that we're gonna have to deal with. And then likewise, you know, I think for the neighbors who have that lighting concerns, I think that's a real thing that impacts them personally. And it's something that, you know, that causes them frustration.
Certainly, over the next month or so, we'll be working with your crack team of staff over here. It's been great to work with you to really dig into that traffic thing a little bit, really focus on studying what's the impact on traffic on our intersection from this additional.
There are, one of the things you'll see in the resolution is a requirement to do a traffic study. We had sort of debated on what phase of an addition was good to do it. We sort of came to the conclusion that now was a good time because, you know, then we know what the existing conditions are. We just get it done now before we talk about the other additions. But there are things that can be done at that intersection to address based on what we find in traffic, and also indicating at what point in the construction of the building is the best time to do these types of improvements.
Yeah.
That light there is completely controlled by us, right? It's like the only light in Chaska that is. It's the only one that is.
I mean, it's a big deal. I mean, the fact that we can control it, and it's also a city road, so we do control everything there. So that's the value of that traffic analysis.
We don't have the ability to coordinate that timing of that signal with the one at 41, do we? Because I mean, the challenge is that 41, you know, we had this conversation.
Let's let Matt talk to us, but yes, we do.
I keep looking up there. It's right here.
Yeah, I'll be real short. 2 things. Matt's hit the nail on the head, right? We need to understand what the full build out means, but you know, we need to also be conscious of what the traffic or what the access needs are at Hunter Mark and the Ridgeview entrance. Can we time the signals together? We do have then an interconnect between the two of them. We planned that, boy, this is going to date me, when we did build Hunter Mark the first time. So yes, I mean, can we coordinate them? Absolutely. But to Matt's point, I mean, there may come a point where the intersection at Ridgeview may operate at a lesser pace. We just need to understand what those triggers are.
What he means by lesser pace is we might not be able to let as many people out of the parking lot in a given signal. Because ultimately we have to be able to have Hunter Mark move efficiently. Now, everybody knows about the high school let out, and I mean, you know, conversely up on Pioneer Trail, if you go up on Pioneer Trail in the morning, it's the same deal in reverse. It's, you know, from Hunter Mark to the high school entrance on Pioneer, it also backs up. But yes, we can control that and be able to control the flow on Hunter Mark better than, you know, with that signal.
Yeah, because I think that's the toughest one. I know that MnDOT has priority for 41 traffic, so it's that battle of, okay, 41's got priority, and then secondary to that, then our priority is moving across Hunter Mark, right? So then, of course, you know, third comes, you know, like the medical center, getting traffic in and out of the medical center and the gas station, right? So there's, you know, conflicting priorities there depending upon the time of day. And so, yeah, I mean, I understand it's a complex puzzle that will vary depending upon time of year and traffic flow, time of day, you know, a number of other factors. So yeah, plenty of work to be done. That's what keeps Matt busy.
Not me, Matt.
That Matt, yeah. That Matt. Yeah, and I think there's that and the lighting issue are the other two big ones that I would say, you know, need to be addressed because those have a visceral impact on those homeowners. I think Holly was there talking about her you know, experience with the lights too on the neighborhood meeting.
I don't want to make a wrong assumption here, so I'll ask the question. Do you see this expansion increasing the usage of the helicopter pad based on the tenants? And my guess is no, because it's not, that's probably emergency use, but.
No, we do not. So over the last year or two, we see maybe 1 or 2 per year land on that helipad, and we don't think that will change.
And in all fairness to Ridgeview, you know, that's what they said in the preliminary back in the concept proposal back in the day. They said it'd be like 1 to 2 a year, I think, or yeah, I think 1 to 2 a year. And then initially it was just a flight just as a test to make sure that, yeah, you could actually safely get, you know, helicopters in and out. And I think that the priority from your perspective was to get people in and out via land and to not necessarily have them there because there weren't stay facilities, because it wasn't a true hospital, it's just a day ER, right? Now, is that still, but to Councilmember Grau's question, part of the change was to also make it a more of a full stay hospital too, with actual beds that are allow more than a 24-hour stay. That's the case, correct?
Are you referring to this current proposal or in the past?
Current or the future?
In the future, we still don't really know what that means yet. There's a moratorium on beds in the state, so that is not an easy thing to get in the state of Minnesota. In terms of right now, you know, we are considering and exploring the possibility of, you know, short overnight stays post-surgery, and that's a part of expanding our kind of surgical capabilities in the building.
Elaborate more on the moratorium of beds.
Most efficient way to do this. Yes, the state does require quite a long process to get approval for any new beds in the state.
So is it like there's a number that's granted to each medical, you know, to each hospital that you're allowed, or is it by location?
Yeah, it's by location mostly and by hospital, and the number of beds that exists in we'll say the metro area, it is what it is. If you want to build more than that, you have to go through a pretty extensive process to justify the need.
So when you say short night, my mom had her both knees replaced in the last year. One was at Waconia, one was in the Chaska location. Both were lovely, but she loved the Chaska location. She had a beautiful view and it's very, very nice. Is that kind of what you refer to? She's recovering. She stayed one night recovering from knee surgery. Is that what you mean when you say short recovery? Yeah, okay.
Good. I appreciate it. Like I said, didn't want to make the wrong assumption, but based on what you described, I didn't think, but I could see, like I said, the helicopter is a significant impact if that were to change to the neighborhood and everything like that. So, okay, thank you.
Questions?
I think the COVID situation, they'd be looking for more beds.
Yeah.
Procedures don't change, do they?
Gotta have staff to staff it too.
You gotta have staff, yeah. Exactly.
Past that soon.
If the moratorium wasn't an issue, is there a belief that there's demand for more beds within this area?
That's a question. I might ask the big guy to come up and answer that one.
See him grinning back there. I figured he wanted to speak.
I'm Mike Phelps, President and CEO of Ridgeview. I usually delegate responses after 10 p.m. To our Vice President. So, yeah. I think Councilmember Wong, the question was, is there a demand for more beds? The pandemic has obviously shown a demand for more beds. I mean, the newspapers are accurate in that regard. But prior to the pandemic, predictions were that hospitalizations would actually be, flat or going down for a lot of different reasons, alternate care sites, better technology, those kinds of things. So short term, yes, and different markets. Obviously, this market's completely different than, some other ones that may be more stagnant housing growth, et cetera.
So maybe I missed it. So then this addition is still, tenant-wise, is still kind of open?
No, it would be Ridgeview operations.
Is all Ridgeview, okay. All right.
This one doesn't include the expansion of the ER, correct?
Correct.
And that would be a future phase. Okay. That's a pretty minor footprint, but yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I don't know, is there any residents from that area? I'll give an opportunity if somebody wants to speak. Kevin, anybody on board there? Nope. Okay. All right. We were at a point where we need to make a motion one way or another.
I make a motion to adopt resolution 2022-11, preliminary site and building plan for 212 Medical Center, Ridgeview Medical Center.
We have a motion by Councilmember McGraw.
Second
by Councilmember Hatfield to again adopt resolution 2022-11 approving preliminary site and building plan for 212 Medical Center. Discussion.
So I wanted to hear a little bit more detail about what the future use was for Ridgeview. I'm going to recuse myself from this vote just due to my working relationship with Ridgeview. They're a great partner. But just knowing what their future plans are, I just think, even though I'm not obviously under contract with them, I think just for the optics of the situation, just because I do work from time to time with Ridgeview in my business, I am going to recuse myself on this one.
And let me add just one thing that's not necessarily relevant to this particular phase is that, for that proposed parking structure, and I know that's not a future phase, I think the neighbors would greatly appreciate it if we made that wall facing our neighborhood opaque. And I think we talked about that, but I just wanted to make it on record because, the headlight traffic, is probably the worst thing that impacts the neighbors. And the truth is that it's really going to be looking at that wall, right? I mean, it's because it faces a ravine and the houses there. So if it's an opaque wall and then there's no lights coming from it, that's probably better for the neighbors. So,
Yep.
Yep.
Took that from the neighborhood meeting.
yep.
Any other comments? All right, Nate, will you call roll?
Councilmember Hatfield?
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard?
Recused.
I'm sorry. Past 10:30. Councilmember Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Grau?
Aye.
Mayor Winchell?
Thank you. Thanks for hanging in there. Long night.
You wouldn't know it, would you? No.
Did that on purpose to you, make you sit here, sweat it out a little bit. All right, moves us to, we only got 2 left. Yeah, laugh as you leave. Adopt resolution 2022-3 approving S-Lot and Ernst House concept plan.
All right, this is another one coming from the Planning Commission. You can see how busy our planning staff are now. This is one that we've also been looking forward to for quite some time, is the redevelopment to the S and Ernst home lots on Walnut Street. So see, the recommendation is for 3 new housing units, and then not redevelopment, but the rehab of the Ernst house. Sorry, it's past 11. So Liz is here to give the presentation, and we do have representation from the applicant here.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, members of the council and Mr. Mayor.
Ron, I can't hear you, sorry.
Last and final concept plan of the evening for the S-Lot and Ernst home, what they've dubbed as the Chaska Yards project. It's being proposed by Carver County CDA. The site is highlighted above in this aerial, so it is made up of 2 separate lots. One encompasses the historic Ernst home. The other one was the former lot of the S house, which burned down in 2014. So we're at the first step in the process, so we have 2 more steps to go. To give you some history on this property, which is probably a refresher more than anything, the relocation of the Ernst home happened in 2014, and then shortly after the relocation of the Ernst home, the S house did experience a significant fire, which subsequently led to its demolition in 2017. The city did try to go for a couple grants to save the structure, but were unsuccessful. So the S-Lot and the Ernst home have been marketed together since that time for the hopes and goals of for the Ernst home to be reused and the S-Lot to be developed on. So they have been sitting vacant as of 2017. We have had previous approvals on this property, on both properties. It was in 2018 and 2019 that we saw a different concept plan and preliminary plan come through. This was a 7-unit alley, which would have 2 units in the Ernst home, 3 in a new townhome building, and then 2 in a new carriage house building. So that project did not move forward, so we're looking at a new concept plan this evening, which is to do the same thing, which is to redevelop the S-Lot and to restore the Ernst home. So this project would include 4 owner-occupied units. 1 would be in the Ernst home, 3 would be in newly constructed housing units on the S-Lot. There will be a detached garage proposed as well, with a small parking lot in the rear of the property. And lastly, these units will be targeted as affordable housing units and an AMI. So the property total will be 0.4 acres when you add both together. As you see in this layout, the Ernst home is situated kind of on the southeast portion of the property. It has frontage on North Walnut Street, as well as access onto a mid-block alleyway. And then there is a city-owned parking lot just to the south there. So some pictures of the Ernst House as it exists today. And this is the concept plan laid out in front of us on this screen. So again, 4 total units. One of the units will be the Ernst home, and then the 3 other units are situated on the S lot. So one having kind of that full frontage onto Walnut Street, one kind of in the midsection, and then one oriented towards the alleyway. The intention of these units is to provide for some common area in between them, so have somewhat of a community-like layout and intention to it. So there will be some communal area in between the central portion of the new housing units, as well as between the detached garage and the Ernst home that all of the residents would have access to. The detached garage and small kind of tandem parking lot will be accessed off of the alleyway to the west there. So in total, 10 parking stalls for the total, for the site. 8 will be for the units themselves, so 2 per unit. One would be covered in the detached garage, and then an additional stall, uncovered stall, would be provided as well. So each of them will have access to 2 parking stall units. There are 2 other parallel stalls right off of the alleyway that either the public or guests of the site could utilize. And with that, it's important to kind of understand the future relationship of this edge with the programming of the alleyway. This has been in discussion for a long time about converting this to a paseo, which would be a pedestrian-friendly corridor, kind of a refuge from the busy Highway 41 street, so allowing pedestrians another way to access or provide a corridor through the mid-block for downtown. So it'll be important how this westerly edge really relates with that paseo, as well as how these parallel parking stalls kind of orient and maneuver through the alleyway and paseo programming. So that'll be one thing that they'll have to figure out moving forward into preliminary. One thing to note is they do have a central pedestrian walkway that kind of splits the site that would gain access to the proposed paseo or alleyway, which would ultimately connect to the sidewalk system along Walnut Street and to Walnut Street directly. So there is a pretty connected pedestrian system here that they're proposing. This is just a more refined concept plan of what we just looked at previously, just to show kind of the programming of the overall area with those communal spots. I think the details of these are still to be more refined, but just to give an idea of how it could potentially lay out. The idea is also that each of these units would have private yard space, so not only a shared system, but have their own private space that they can enjoy.
So Liz, I'm gonna stop you. Here's fine too. So they have a garage and then they have the parking stall. How much of that is gonna bleed over into the public parking when they don't have to always move the car? And how are we gonna control that?
Well, we control it through our parking code, which requires 2 stalls per unit. From a parking code standpoint, they're meeting our code.
No, I get it because they have it, but what's gonna prevent that? Unless I'm seeing this wrong. So like the white van sitting there and then the garage is in the, right? And there's, so if I got my car in the garage, the white car is blocking it? Or am I seeing this wrong?
Right. So, I mean, the idea is that the owner of the stall in the covered parking lot would be the same. So they would have to manage that appropriately.
And I get that, but you know what it's like when you got 2 cars, the car you want out is the one that's being blocked. And that's what I'm saying, how long before they just dropped down into our public parking and now we lost 4 spots.
If that does become an issue, we can prohibit overnight parking in our parking lot.
I mean, right now, I mean, isn't that already kind of a thing? There's already houses there that use that. I mean,
yeah, there's cars that use that. If we ever thought that got to be a problem, we could sign it that way. Not saying that we are signing it right now, but they could be
I
signing it.
just see that, I mean, if it was me, that's what I would do.
I will say though that configuration of how that most of our rental townhomes throughout town have that exact same configuration where it's a single stall with a stall behind it.
So I never, this just really jumped out at me.
We used to live up in Water's Edge and we had the exact same thing.
Yeah, my townhouse.
We had the garage stall and then we parked the car behind it.
Okay, well, that works.
These are just some additional views of the proposal. Back to any of these, we certainly can. Also included some floor plans of the Ernst home and the proposed units. So the proposed units are on the bottom, 2 floor plans, and the Ernst home is on top. So the new housing units will kind of have a split level format. So you'll have the entryway that'll go up and down as you come in. If you go up, you'll get to the living area, kitchen, and a primary bedroom. And then when you go down, you'll have access to additional bedroom units for all of the buildings.
What's the square footage of the new ones? I don't see it in here. 1450? Okay.
Elevations of the urns be relatively untouched in terms of appearance. I think the only exception is how you access the front porch. It comes off to the side today, but the proposal would orient the porch front in line with the other unit, provide more direct access onto Walnut Street. And then these are the elevations of the proposed. Just getting into some things to work on for preliminary, further evaluating those parallel parking stalls along the alleyway in terms of how those would actually work and kind of relate to the Paseo. Looking at the design a little bit further for the individual housing units in terms of providing more complementary details between the historic context as well as the historic Ernst home. So working through some of those details will be very important. And along with that, they'll have to work with SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office, to get their comments and review along that historic Walnut Street district.
And these will be owned, is that correct?
The owned or the?
Land trust. Land trust owner owns the building. Got it.
This is Carver CDA owning technically is the deed holder, and then there's a trust as part of the land trust, right? Yep. Okay.
With that, we are asking you to make a motion this evening to adopt resolution number 2022-3, which is approving the concept plan for the S lot and the Ernst home, and then based on the conditions that are listed within that. Happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we have Elise with the CDA and her architect, Todd Grover with McDonald and Mack.
All right, anyone questions?
This is my favorite concept plan on this property so far. So I guess that's good news. I really am glad we have this. I'm glad the CDA is doing this. I think it's going to be really nice to have 4 affordable units in the highly sought after downtown, historic downtown. I think that's really nice. I am wondering, the 2 guest spots that are along the Paseo, I would just worry that they're always going to be taken by the public. So I don't know if they're, to me, I'm like, I almost think there should be like signage saying that those are, whereas I could just see that happening. So yeah, I think it'll be a delicate balance between the Paseo that's going to be there, which I'm really excited about, very excited about this block after everything's said and done, but it'll be a delicate balance between the Paseo and then serving these homes well. But I think that this plan has done it the best out of all. So I think what was mentioned as far as needs is right on, and I'm excited about it.
Well, this plan, I think, creates within this particular cluster of homes, like more of a sense of community than any of the other designs. Most of the other designs are just, pardon?
It's a cool space.
Actually a cool space, because I mean, I've seen like other similar spaces in other communities that, were just market rate type homes. And people kind of got to know each other because you open your front door, you run across somebody, and you were there. But then it's in an open space and very kind of a pleasant environment you wouldn't mind just hanging out in or just gathering in just casually. So I think it kind of creates opportunity for interaction. So I think from a design perspective, I think it's well thought through and it's thoughtful. My biggest concern kind of goes along with the Paseo piece of it. Not that, and I think it's mostly. The concern is that, as I drove around this property a couple times to try to get a sense of like that scale for it. And one of the concerns I have is that alley is pretty narrow, and, my vehicle's not like a full size truck or anything. And it felt like, man, I'm just trying to get through there. It's a pretty tight turn coming from that public lot into the alley. And to make it a Paseo, you'd need a little bit more space to really kind of make it feel like a walkable space, to make it feel like you're not getting crowded in there. Even with like one vehicle going one direction, it's awfully tight. And so my concern is that, how do you make that alleyway feel like a comfortable walkable space, especially knowing that you're going to have to get vehicles through there on a regular basis. And I'm not completely sold on the way it's laid out, because I think the way it's laid out, it's still in essence an alley, and it doesn't really kind of get us towards Paseo. It kind of continues, it perpetuates the use as an alley. That said, that's my biggest concern about this, but overall from a use perspective, I think it's a good use of the space, and I think it's a good use for the property, and I think it'll be good for people to build equity within these units.
The only thing I have to say is, and I know this is concept, but the homes don't look very historic to me. I don't know what they're going to have on for what the exterior is going to look like. If this is truly our historic district, somehow we're going to have to tie that in and make them look more historic. I don't know what that is.
Just to let you know, part of the process here is that the applicant does need to work with SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office, and with our HPC on the design. So they are working with them. They're getting feedback, and there are some elements on there that have been communicated that they're working on for the preliminary as well.
I figured that because these are just like nothing, but I just want to be clear that we got to make them look like something historic.
One thing I think is really positive that the CDA did on this is having McDonald and Mack as the architect. McDonald and Mack are the ones that wrote the national standards for historic preservation districts for the Department of Interior. So nobody knows historic districts better than that firm. So I think if we were going to do a project in downtown, having them do it is perfect.
I'll be happy to finally see this Ernst House project put to rest. I've gotten a lot of beef over this over the years, and then sitting there and nothing happening. So that'll be another box that happily will be checked. So I'm happy and hopeful that this continues and moves forward. We've kind of been to this stage before.
Yeah,
but I think
CDA is a partner on this.
So I'm very hopeful that we continue to move forward. So
very optimistic about this particular one because I feel like it's got like a lot of the right bones to it. But I think that my comment kind of rests on that Paseo bit, because I know we've been champions of doing Paseos through downtown, but I kind of feel like if we don't do something to establish more of a Paseo in this stretch of this alleyway, we're never gonna build paseos because I feel like we're just treating this as an alley.
Keep in mind, that's our responsibility though.
Well, exactly. I get that, but I think that there's part of it's in that, part of it's we have to also, drive some of that visioning in terms of, okay, what are we doing with that in that space to really delineate it?
About this project is it should happen simultaneous to when we're doing the work for 41. So 41 is going to be the thing that really drives the parking and the paseo back here. I think the fact that it's going to happen simultaneously is really going to, it's going to be the city that drives the vision of that. And so I think obviously we're going to want something to speak to it here, but ultimately we'll be the ones driving the vision there.
And I get that. I think it would be helpful because here's the thing is that it's not like you're going to walk out your front door and then not look at the paseo, right? If you're in like that end unit or be walking over to the garage or coming out of the garage. So I think that for us on council, when we look at that, we should also be looking at that paseo piece together because they're going to be interwoven, right? You're not going to be able to separate one from another neatly. So I think it's important that, because for those of us who've been working in this downtown piece for a long time, the paseo is one of like the core pieces that kind of ties together all of downtown, right? And this is one of those pieces that we look at as a very integral piece because it's the central core, it's being redeveloped, it's going to be tied together with it. So what does our vision of the paseo really look like? And I think it's important to illustrate that and make sure that vision is clear because that's going to have impacts on what goes to the south and what goes to the north. Right. I mean, to the north is going to be City Square Park, but to the south it's going to continue on and how that's going to continue and how it'll manifest on the mirror image on the other side, on the west side of 41 too. So I think it's more about us and making sure that we have that complete vision because we've been talking about it a lot, but this is an area where we'll see it. Right. That's kind of where I'm going with it.
But we feel like that's going to be answered. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, there is a lot of work. We're looking at one side of this paseo. There's a lot of work being done with the businesses to make those businesses are, the idea is their doors are going to be on that side. So I think that's, I don't want to say is going to happen naturally. Obviously you need to be intentional, but I think, this is a similar situation to on the other side of City Square Park where we have a paseo going through a Wells Fargo, very popular parking lot. And then, across, I think this will be the most paseo-y in my mind of all of them. That's a word now, by the way. But I think it'll happen a little bit more naturally because of the businesses having almost their frontages happening on the other side, and the intention that's going into that helps me feel good about this. Because I think you're right. Well, you have to be intentional with the net. Yeah.
I think that part of it's just making it then it's kind of like we approach the street redevelopment in downtown is very intentional in saying this is what it's going to look like and how the pieces are going to interconnect. But this is a piece that, because it's so interwoven with the redevelopment that's happening here, it's a great opportunity to start looking at it intentionally like that. Because when we do this and we do City Square East, for example, right, or City Square West, that's going to be really important to look at that paseo and how it connects to everything else. And we as a council need to be looking at those pieces very intentionally. And I think that this is an opportunity. If we don't look at it intentionally now, we're never going to start looking at it intentionally. It'll just be alleys and afterthought of like, why didn't we do it? Mm-hmm. Right.
I think part of it changes with the acquiring of that parking lot that we didn't have before that kind of held things back. But the alley is an alley and there's only so much room in places. And it's about how create the walking surface. The walking surface is not good in our alleys at this point, but I think once we get things better set up, that will all start happening. And I think that they'll be better. Like I said.
One thing I think is an important point though is keep in mind that the paseo is part of the whole 41 construction process has been designed. And so it's actually being constructed as part of this project. So, I mean, I guess maybe that's where, I think it's going to be important for these guys to be able to say, how does this speak to the design that's there? To me, the paseo, the paseo what we've said that Paseo is going to be as a community is something that's been designed.
Well, yeah, and I think what I'm saying is that I'm not seeing the acknowledgement of that design. I'm just saying that it's kind of like this soft edge to it. It's like it's a development, and we think something's going to be here, and then but it's illustrated as an alley because they're not engaged in what that is, right?
So making sure that theirs speaks to what we have designed.
Exactly. And then as we kind of talk through there, then there's like cohesion because we got to look at that bigger picture, and then the acknowledgement for everyone who develops something that acknowledges that is that how do as from an architectural lens, how do you interact with what's your interface to that element that you're interfacing to, because it's an amenity. So how do you interface with that amenity and make best use of it, right? So I think that's kind of the architectural dialogue that I'd like to see visualized here. And I think that's what we just need to make sure that we're cognizant of that, because that'll help us make sure we're making the right decisions.
Can I ask a quick question, maybe to Liz?
Yeah.
Liz, on the...
Wait, who are you?
I am Promise. I am here. I am listening. I just had a quick question in regards to the Von Hansen's trash and service area on the north end of there. I know there's screening. The screening, I'm assuming, is like what, a 6-foot fence or?
I don't know if that's fully been determined yet. They do want to put a fence there, but we have to look at our zoning code and kind of how these would relate to that route.
Okay, and then kind of a secondary question in regards to that, just looking at these illustrations here. The Von Hansen's, I mean, that wouldn't be like, that trash area wouldn't be elevated, correct? Or would it be, it's kind of hard with the renderings here. Just, it looks like it might get elevated, but I might be looking at it wrong.
Their trash container? No, that's at the alley level, because they got to roll it out to get it to the truck.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that it's elevated to the alley level.
Right, like it's not, okay. I'm wondering, like, if the person in unit 3 looks out their window, I understand their upper level window, they'll see it obviously, but like if they look out their lower level window, will they see a trash dumpster in their backyard, kind of?
Yeah, that's a valid comment, and obviously we'll need to work with them on their landscape plan to kind of sheds that they're seeing along that edge, because I think the intention is to provide probably not only fencing but some landscaping as well.
Yeah, I would say that's just like my one concern is, I mean, it's so beautiful, and like the last thing you'd want is someone having to like look out and see some commercial businesses, especially in a food service, their garbage dumpsters. So otherwise, my only other initial comment, I'll put it in here now and then I'll probably be quiet, is looking at these architectural renderings from, what's the architectural firm? McDonald and Mack Architects. Maybe because it's like 11:30 at night, but I'm very excited just by looking at literally the font use from the document. You could just tell this is aesthetically pleasing to look at visually, just even reading the document, and the renderings are very exciting, but that's really my only comments on that.
All right, anyone else? Somebody want to make a motion one way or another?
Since I'm still unmuted, I'll make a motion.
Nice to join us tonight.
I'll second that one.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hubbard. Second by Councilmember Wong. This is adopt resolution 2022-3 approving the S-Lot Ernst Home Chaska Yards concept plan with the Carver County CDA. Last call. Nate?
Councilmember Hatfield?
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard?
Yes.
Councilmember Wong.
Aye.
Councilmember Grau.
Yes.
Mayor Winchell.
Yes. All right, thank you. Thanks for hanging with us.
All
right.
I here the whole time we didn't even have him come up and talk.
Did I tell you to bring coffee?
8J, appointment of elected representative for Southwest Transit Commission.
All right, Mayor and council members, the item in front of you tonight, we're actually suggesting that we take care of the appointment to the Southwest Transit Commission tonight because they do have a meeting coming up before we do the appointments for the rest of the commissions. So really two positions here. As you remember, Bob Repke did put in his resignation, and one of the primary reason he did that was the suggestion, which has also come from Southwest Transit, from Len Simich, is to consider putting two elected officials on the board. So up till this point, we've always had one elected official. Obviously, that's Councilmember Wong as the current chairperson of the board. But every other community has always appointed another elected official. We've had a community representative. I think it's worked well for Chaska, but Southwest Transit is facing more challenges legislatively going into the next few years, and this the real feeling that there might be a stronger lobbying effort to be able to have all elected officials on the Southwest Transit Board. So that is the recommendation that's being made, is to both consider refilling Councilmember Wong in his seat, and then to consider one other additional council member for a second seat that Chaska has at the Southwest Transit Commission.
Anybody have an interest in wanting to be there before we start?
When do they normally meet?
It's usually the third or fourth Thursday of each month.
During the day?
It's during the evening. It's at 6 p.m. We always start with a work session. Starts at 6 p.m.
And dinner.
Well, when we've had some meetings that have been via lately, but when we do meet in person, it's usually at the East Creek station over here. But once a year, we'll meet at the bus garage in Eden Prairie.
I mean, I've always felt very passionately about Southwest Transit. So I would be up for it, but I would also be totally fine if someone else wanted to too, so.
With regards to the time, this year, we will be asking fellow commissioners to help with the lobbying efforts, to take time to meet with both local and state officials or federal officials, depending upon who it is, to help to provide education, to also and to get their support for our transit system. So and those will go beyond that. So that's beyond this, that's the monthly meeting too. So just be forewarned about that too. And those will be whenever we can get their time. It's usually during the day, unfortunately. So just want to be completely transparent about that, because
but you would get plenty of notice. It wouldn't be a last minute.
I really only ask because I just got a new promotion. I think it'll be harder for me to leave during the day. Not impossible by any means, just harder than right now. I kind of do whatever I want, but I'm getting bumped up and people pay more attention.
You will usually get notice unless it's James from STA scheduling it. Because he'll give me like a day's notice.
If John or Taylor would be interested, I have a couple of things I do already, so.
Yeah, I fully support you doing it. I have some concerns with just some of my work-life balance at the moment with my work, the craziness of COVID, truthfully. The human resources group tends to be a heavy hitter. And then, if I look at kind of my involvement, I do think I will start more regularly meeting with the community recreation, since I will share in the other business that they hired a director at this point. And I know we're looking at, if I look at my personal interest kind of on the stuff at council, I know we're coming up with some of the community center master plans and some of those things. And I think some of my interests align well with there as well. So I fully support, and I know Taylor has, I'd fully support.
So is that in the form of a motion?
Well, it does not come with a motion because I'll let the person on the phone or on the Zoom.
Taylor.
Well, I'm having a hard time. Someone's moving stuff on a desk, and when that happens, I can't hear anything else.
Oh, that might be me, sorry.
That was Liz, let's blame Liz.
Oh, so, okay. So Michaela's interested in the position. John, are you saying you're interested as well?
I'm saying I'm not interested. I would fully support someone else, and that my interest would lie elsewhere in future opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way as John. I'm more, I think, interested in helping the efforts with the community center. Although, I mean, and I think Michaela or Councilmember Hatfield would do an excellent job in that position. If it came down to, but I'm sure you would need that person that's on the board to be there, just because working for myself, I have a little bit more ability to break away and everything for daytime stuff. But I'm assuming, Councilmember Wong, you're looking for that board member to be that person that meets in those circumstances, correct?
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to be completely just transparent that, it's because, it's someone who, we're going to expect whoever it is to step up, as well as the other council members from other cities too, because we need to have that engagement. This year is going to be such a critical year for us, not because we're looking for funding, but because we're looking for support to maintain our autonomy, our ability to make decisions, our ability to, to be an independent entity, right? Or viability. So it's so important to build those relationships and someone who will be committed to not just this year, but also, ongoing too, because those are relationships that we'll be building.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm kind of like, I would be fine with it, be fine with Councilmember Hubbard. I mean, I have other interests too, like City Square West, whenever, if more happens with that, so yeah, I guess. If you feel like availability during the day is going to be really important, I would probably be not the best pick because Councilmember Hubbard's going to be probably more available.
Like I said, I mean, I'll leave it to either two of you to decide. I don't want to make the decision for either one of you. So, but I just want to put it out there because for me, I know that I've had to take time off and or work my schedule, which has been really challenging because I've worked a normal day job, right? So, but so I want to put it out there because it's something that it's just kind of comes with the turf for this one.
So then maybe Councilmember Hubbard, and I don't think that would prevent you from the community center stuff because
yeah, but
I'm not as interested in that, so you could have it still. I mean, I care about it.
I only suggested that in the sense to help you. I think you would be excellent at this. So that is a motion.
Yeah.
You know what?
I feel like it's
that's a motion.
Rock, paper, scissors.
All right, so I have a motion by Councilmember Hubbard having Councilmember Hatfield be the other rep. Is there a second to that? I second it. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Hearing none. Nate, will you call roll?
Councilmember Hatfield.
Can I vote for myself then? Yes, I guess. Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Hubbard.
Yes.
Councilmember Wong. Aye. Councilmember Grah.
Aye.
Mayor Winchell.
Yes. Good job, Councilmember Hubbard. Way to get that going.
My buddy
Yeah.
transit.
Sorry, I hope I communicated myself effectively on that. I was just looking to help you out. I didn't want it completely.
So Taylor, did you just throw your council member under the bus?
Fun.
All right, moving on to bills. We're going to keep going. Anyone have a question regarding a bill?
Just a couple quick questions. Keep it short. So on page 18, there's Midwest Playscapes. This is there's some bleachers for Athletic Park. Are we replacing some or?
So if you were down there for the state tournament, there was bleachers over on the third base side. So we're working with the Cubs that they want to purchase bleachers for down there. So we're purchasing something very similar to that. And the proposal would be is that they take the proceeds from the state tournament to reimburse us.
So these are basically replacing the ones that were there last season as temporary ones, or?
Yeah, we rent.
Sure, we're
okay.
this would be permanent bleachers.
So the platforms go away? Tim Weeby's smiling.
These will look nice and they'll function very well.
Nice, very cool. That's actually really good news then. Page 20, the Motorola, there's a Motorola one for encryption kits for radio upgrades. And I thought that the radios we had were already encrypted, and why would we need an upgrade?
There's a new thing going through the county now that's gonna change police and fire communication. And so that's part of that change in the radios.
Right. So, but I'm guessing like everybody's got to do it too to make sure they all match, right? Okay. And then page 28, there's one for telemanufacturing, which is the old FSI, right? So this is a rebate, but I'm not sure I understand why we have a rebate for custom equipment.
So they purchased equipment for their own manufacturing that's more energy efficient than what they had in there before. So they qualified for an electric rebate.
It's like buying a high-tech refrigerator.
Exactly. So basically, the equipment for making chips or whatever is all, or making the equipment to make chips is much more efficient than their electricity. Gotcha. That's a win. That's a win-win for both of us. So awesome. Cool. Thank you very much.
That's it. Anyone else?
So moved. So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Wong.
Second.
Member Gra, pay the bills, discussion. Nate?
Councilmember Hatfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard.
Yes.
Councilmember Wong. Aye. Councilmember Gra.
Aye.
Mayor Winchell.
Aye. All right, moves this to other business. Let's start with the lady in the screen.
Not behind the not the green curtain.
All right, you guys ready? I got a lot. No, I'm just kidding. Just two things. One, I wanted to thank the Human Rights Commission for an outstanding job of putting on the Martin Luther King breakfast. I know these are challenging times as far as having in-person events and being able to do it safely. But from what it looked like via virtually, it looked like it was well done, and also thank the winners of the recipients for their community service, and also that Mr. Palmer gave a excellent talk that day. So just a really nice way of celebrating Martin Luther King holiday. So there's that. And then I was able to attend the steering committee for the bicycle pedestrian master plan. Where kind of things sit was that right now we're still in the internal review stage of the documentation, kind of the plan that they have put together, kind of going through and as a group, commenting on it. And its final draft for public review will be up kind of at the beginning of the month here. So we have, as an internal group, we have till the end of the month to review the document, and then it will go up for public review. And then they're planning a public open house, but during the meeting, it kind of was tossed around the idea, because the initial date was in the middle of February. I don't want to give too many details, because as the meeting kind of progressed, it was, well, do we really want to have an in-person meeting in winter? Maybe we should wait until it's warmer. Kind of, you want to engage the public, you want to get them down here, but you also want to do things safely, just with the rise of COVID cases. And then also, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes here from the meeting. Just giving people an ability to be able to review the plan, online, be able to give feedback. So I think the biggest thing is, you want a lot of people from the public to be able to look over this and give their feedback before it kind of comes before us to be reviewed. So that's kind of where things sit. It's not really for sure if there's going to be an open house in the middle of February, but there was a tentative date at least scheduled. So if that ends up being the case, I know our next get together is just a work session, but obviously by the first week of February, I would know for sure and be able to communicate that to the rest of you. And then just lastly, obviously I'm not there for a reason. So my whole family ended up getting COVID. Luckily it was very mild, but I would say this, and the reason why I talk about this in a personal sense was my son was just sneezing, just kind of a little bit more than normal. And it happened to be a snow day called by the school. And so I happened to test him before taking him over to my mother's house. And he ended up being positive. And then a few days later, my husband and I ended up having symptoms as well. Overall mild, but I would just say, I just say that in the sense of, if something seems kind of a little bit off, it's really advised if you can get your hands on maybe a test or go test, to go ahead and do that, just because this is, it may show more drastically in other people, but it was extremely mild in our sense here at the house. And just for the health and safety of others around you, it's the only reason why I want to kind of mention it here. So that's it.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hatfield.
Yeah, I just had mentioning, it was a really good MLK Day. The Human Rights Commission did an amazing job again with that. And I just thought it was really great. It was great to be in person. I thought it was pretty well distanced with the tables being far apart and the encouragement of masks at the beginning of the program as well. The moment Sarah Carlson kind of asked everyone to, a bunch of masks went on. It was great. So I think they did a phenomenal job. Congratulations to the winners of that award. I just really look forward to that event. So it was done really well. I don't know, Councilmember Hubbard, if you mentioned this, so I'm sorry if I'm repeating it, but the Parent and Community Awareness Night is this Thursday. So I encourage parents of kids that have cell phones or are going to have cell phones to go to that, because the internet's a crazy place. That's all I have.
McGraw.
Just two quick things, as I alluded to earlier. I serve on the Community Recreation Advisory Council, which we haven't met to most recently. As last summer, the Community Rec director had retired, and they actually hired someone, and then that person was in the role for a brief moment of time, and then actually resigned and I think ended up out of the community or moving or something. So I saw actually today, 12 hours ago, Eastern Carbon County announced that Sue Harberts, I don't know if I'm saying her name correctly.
That's right.
Has been named the new director. She'd been with the district since 2003. And the last 5 years, she's been the assistant director. I actually know her. She attends the meeting, runs the meetings when we have attended. So really excited for her. She was serving that interim role, and now it's like, congratulations, a full-time job now. It says it starts immediately. So I'm looking forward to kind of getting that together. I know, COVID and some of those things has really been tough on Eastern Carver County or the community recreation, because if you think about funding that comes from COVID relief dollars, typically is for schools in the school system, and it can't be used for community recreation directly. And obviously when those classes have been impacted, that's an impact to that piece, and a tough budget cycle for that. So just want to congratulate her and look forward to working with her and participating in those events. And then my other comment is just a heartfelt thank you to the continued dedication and hard work of just everyone in the Eastern Carver County schools. I'll be honest, the last 2.5, 3 weeks, every email that's popped up on my phone, I'm fully expecting us to go distance learning. Knock on wood here somewhere, here some wood, that we don't end up there. But I just think everyone is, I mean, you see communications that, you know, superintendent is helping serve lunches and just everyone all on board, and they are doing everything they can. My son's teacher was out, and the first, and it was kind of unexpected. And the first day I asked who his sub was, and he actually had 5 subs. So just as an example, not the greatest thing in the scenario, but they're still in school. But other teachers on their breaks and their prep time came in and ultimately was served that role. You know, the next day they had a full-time sub because they could get that, but subs is a tough network. But that to me just shows it's their prep time. He said it was a 3rd grade teacher, a 4th grade teacher, a kindergarten teacher, and they got through and they got their day done. But just that continued desire and push to keep the kids in class is definitely been all hands on deck. And I just, right now, I think it's one of the most thankless jobs out there. And I just want to say thank you to all the teachers, administrators, custodials, bus drivers, lunch rooms, all of that group, because it matters the most. It really, not gonna get emotional. It really hit home actually yesterday, because I was actually bringing my son home and we were talking about school, and he goes, I've had a normal school year since kindergarten. He's a 3rd grader. I've only had kindergarten was my only normal school year. And it really dawned on me like, oh my gosh, you're right. It's like, it's impacted 3 school years. And then it realized my youngest son wasn't in the car. He hasn't had a normal school year, which is just crazy because I think we've just kind of continued to live through this, but it's like, yeah, it's infected 3 years. So just a shout out to everyone in that school district and schools across the state who are doing everything they possibly can to keep kids in school safe with everyone involved. So thank you. That is all I have.
Yeah, so I'll actually just piggyback on what you were just talking about with the school district. My wife actually works at one of the elementary schools in town, and you know, and what you described was actually kind of one of the last bastions of keeping schools open, right? Because when they start drawing upon teachers in their breaks, they're drawing in paras to fill in gaps. That's because they have no one else to draw from. And then when they don't have enough teachers to cover these classrooms, that's when they start having to close it. So that's basically a sign that we're like that close to not be able to keep our schools open right now. So that said, you know, it's a big thank you to everyone in the school district for doing all the work and giving up all their, you know, their break or their prep times and things like that in order to keep the schools open. But, you know, so certainly asking community to like be smart, be safe, to try to do everything to kind of keep this as contained as possible, because we're like that close to schools closing because they can't staff anymore, because they can't find subs in many cases, and because subs are sick too, or, you know, and so it's a tough situation right now. So
That a sub wants to necessarily walk into right now.
and honestly, the kids lose out because they're not getting a good education when they have 5 different subs throughout the day. That's just the reality of it, right? I mean, they're not getting the continuity of the education that they deserve. So, and it's not because anyone, you know, because people are sick. I mean, that's the reality of it. So, so yeah, but thank you to everyone for working and doing everything you can to keep the schools open and running and keep the kids there. Also just like to piggyback on the MLK celebration. You know, I got a chance to sit with Jonathan Palmer, who was a guest speaker, and he was a wonderful gentleman to speak with, and it was very inspirational, and you know, his talk. And thank you to Tanisha Jones, her just a beautiful, beautiful voice and just a beautiful singing. Steve Kelzer, musician, Sawad Muhammad and Yasbera, I hope I don't get her name wrong, Yidnekachu, who are both from the Chaska High School speech team. They were very eloquent and excellent speakers. I thought they were very well spoken. Just a testament to our young people. And also congratulations to Martha Brannon and his House Foundation, and Cindy Bokers, Justine Myers, and Vanessa Fashing for the Girl Scout Troop 15-554, who won the awards this year. So, you know, just a big shout out to everyone there. And finally, just a mention of the ice fishing contest, which is on Saturday, February 5th. The temperatures the way they are, I don't think we have to worry about there being enough ice on the lake to do it.
It'll be a matter of if COVID stops it.
Yeah,
now, I think.
Yeah.
But
outside, that helps.
still, I think there's not as much ice as you think out there.
Really? It's been pretty.
Well, there's snow cover on it.
Oh, so that, yeah,
I think the last time I heard them check, there was 8 or 10 inches of ice only.
that's it. Ugh.
So
So,
I think 12 is the magic number.
so hopefully we'll be able to have it, pending those two factors there. So that is all I've got.
Right? It.
Good.
Kevin? Good. Mike?
Good.
Elroy? Get me out of here. Get me out of here. You can go. Go. We're good. We already got 2 minutes left anyway, so, just a couple really quick things. Agreed, I was at the MLK. It was another, the commission does a nice job with that, and it's growing bigger, every year and getting, better, so congratulations to those guys. I did have an opportunity. I was invited to, along with Chief Seibert, at a meeting in Eden Prairie with all of the Hennepin County chiefs and mayors and stuff regarding the concerns about the carjackings and the criminals getting released so quickly. And it was rather interesting listening to some of the comments from some of the departments. The biggest thing that really surprised me was their feeling of lack of appreciation. I didn't realize that was still happening, that's out there. So that was one thing. And then I don't think that they have a lot of respect for the county attorney, but he's in his final term and in his last year. But so it was interesting to be. I think it was great that I got invited and was able to bring Chief Seibert with. So I think it's good for all, and hopefully good things will come out of it. They're talking about having more and regular meetings like this, so we'll see what happens. We already talked about the fishing contest. Chief Wiebe officially retires on the 4th, because that's Friday. So he will be done as our fire chief as of in 2 weeks. So congratulations to Tim on a great career and everything he's done here. He's done a lot. So I don't think I have anything else that I can think of. So with that, last call. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Oh,
Jinx.
Real quick before, and I know I'm breaking protocol. Our next meetings, now we have a work session next week. We have our meetings in February again because middle holiday, so we'll be meeting on the 7th and the 21st. And if you guys didn't get a chance to see the building officials report, did you guys see that? Very interesting. Just a couple quick notes. Last year we built 105 single-family homes, no, 182 compared to 105 the previous year. This is the one that's kind of amazing to me. Total building permit valuation in 2021 was 120 million compared to 2020, 51 million. So pretty big jump in 1 year. So, all right, I have a motion by Councilmember Hatfield, second by who? Second by Councilmember Wong to adjourn. Nate, we call roll.
Councilmember Hatfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Hubbard.
Yes.
Councilmember Wong. Aye. Councilmember Grau.
Yes.
Mayor Winchell.
Yes. Night. Thanks for hanging with us.
Better.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Get better.